Good morning, honorable members, and may I call the meeting to order. Once again, I would like to welcome you all on this lovely morning as we on our day 2. I now call for the expert presenters of the next session on a critical review of the SADC member states' performance on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, biennial review by Ms. Pandulina Ilago, CAADP Advisor, African Union Commission. The respondent for this session will be Chikondi Chavuta, CARE Southern Africa, SADC CAADP NSA Group. The session focuses on the 4th biennial review report on the progress of the implementation of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which was launched on the 20th March 2024. The process tracks progress against the Malabo Declaration goals. The report indicates that of the 49 countries that reported, no country is on track to meet all the 7 Malabo commitments. Although 26 countries have seen their scores improve since the previous report shared in 2022. The presentation will share the results for all 16 SADC member states, as well as provide recommendations on the areas of focus for the development of the post-2025 Malabo agenda. SADC PF will also be informed of the activities of the African Food System Parliamentary Network, which is facilitating the involvement of the parliamentarians in CAADP processes. I call upon the presenter. Thank you.
Very good morning, distinguished delegates, members of the parliament present here this morning from the SADC member states, sister organizations, Action Aid, CARE, and all those that I might have missed. Good morning, my name is Panduleni Elago from the African Union Commission. I coordinate what we call the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, in short, CAADP, for the continent. But of most important is that I originally come from Namibia, and I have worked within the SADC Secretariat as my previous job for a period of 8 years. And I had just left SADC region some 2 years ago. So it's always a privilege and pleasure to be in my own region. Yes, my task is a very, very easy one. I'm just going to briefly take you all through, probably with a little bit of explanation what CAADP is all about, but diving a little bit deep in how SADC currently looks in terms of the Malabo Declaration, which is just lapsing in less than 2 years from now. Next slide, please. I may need to skip some of the slides, just that are a little bit more into details. So in short, CAADP is basically what one will call the Bible for agriculture within the entire African continent. It is the only agricultural framework that governs everything else within it. And this is for one key reason, just to eradicate poverty, make a dent on food and nutrition security on the continent. And by doing that, it is, of course, through agricultural growth. Next slide, please. It has been since 2013, 2014. That's why we are currently celebrating the 20-year anniversary when the first declaration was made in Maputo, Mozambique by the heads of states of the African continent. And during that time, they agreed to 7 specific themes. And within those themes, also moving down 10 years after the heads of states in 2013, again signed another declaration in Maputo. But that one was very, very specific because it was recognized that the African continent was not doing too well in achieving those 7 commitments. And we were then tasked as the African Union to come up with a very, very robust program that could help for us to monitor and track the agricultural performance. And that is how it brought up what we're calling a transformation scorecard, but in short, we call it actually a biannual review, which is a particular tool that we use. And so as I get on with my presentation, I will really talk to how we use this tool to measure the commitments and the performance of the 16 SADC member states. Next slide, please. So those, what I show there without even going into the details, those are the 7 thematic areas, or one you could call them the 7 commitment areas of CAADP. They range in all aspects from ending hunger by 2020, issues of climate change, of course, food and nutrition security, but there's a big aspect, and I think this forum here is where a lot of your attention could also be driven to, which is commitment number 7, on mutual accountability for actions and results, because this is really mutual accountability that is imposed to the governments to ensure that all the various commitments that they have signed off to are really taken care of. Next slide, please. Now, that is just in a more graphical way of those, again, those 7 thematic areas. Let's move to the next one just so that we make good use of the time, as I was told that I must really try to be within my 20 minutes. So what we see there, because we're talking about data and results, this is now how we do the whole review of on CAADP. Started off with the inaugural of this specific scorecard in 2014, the inaugural biannual review. We did some evaluation and performance over a period of 2 years in 2015, 2016. We then had another second BR report in 2019, followed by the third, and then for today's discussion, we will mainly talk to the 4th. We have just actually started off the 5th cycle, which will take us into next year when Malabo Declaration lapses. So this is just really also giving you a graphical way as to how this whole process is embarked on. Next slide, please. Now, again, straight to the bottom. So what are we seeing? How is the performance of SADC across those 7 commitments? Yeah. While as we have 16 member countries of SADC, when it comes to the African Union regional blocks, well, we basically track 12 countries only, because obviously it's the other 12 countries overlap with other regions in COMESA as well as East Africa Community. What is more technical, I will probably leave it out, but during the discussions, we can always talk more and more to it. But what is very, very important here is just to indicate that for all the countries that we track in SADC, none of them is on track to meet the Malabo commitments, those 7 commitment areas that I have mentioned. But obviously, that does not really mean that the countries are not doing well. It simply means that the data that we collect and analyze are not meeting the targeted benchmark, okay? However, as you would see on the presentation, as a classical example, we were saying that some countries such as Eswatini, Malawi, Tanzania, Zimbabwe obtained good scoring of above 5, because our current whole benchmark is 9.64, 9.29 over a 10. But anything beyond 5, we consider it progressing well. Now, again, when you talk about progressing well, we can go in more details as to progressing well in this specific area of focus, and even go as far as saying progressing well in a specific indicator. Just as an example, we have some good countries that are doing a good progress on stunting rates. Again, it's also showing that for the 4th BR, we have countries such as Angola, Botswana, Seychelles, and Zambia, whom we have observed a dent. So it's a lower performance for this 4th cycle against the previous cycle, which is the 3rd cycle. Okay, those scoring, like I said, we can of course get into them. It's very, very technical, but I'll be happy to explain further on that. Then we have certain countries also that have registered some good performance, specifically from the 3rd BR, such as Comoros, Mozambique, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Lesotho. The giant South Africa, which is, supposedly a very, very industrial agricultural market, we would have expected that the improvement is rather larger, but we have just simply seen a very, very modest increase of 1.53%. So it is very, very critical for you to note that all this analysis are only based on data that we receive from the countries, of which they come into a particular system that we call EBR. We sit and do some statistical analysis to bring these results. Therefore, anything that may reflect different from this could be issues of data availability and even the reliability of the data. We are currently doing some more deep analysis of data that is being collected by the countries. And regrettably, there is really, really some challenges on data that we are seeing. Even more so that we know and we are fully aware that countries have different data that are collected by different organizations. Let's say UNICEF, we know have very, very reliable data that talk to issues of nutrition. Now, you would just pick randomly an indicator on nutrition, and you just go even to the World Bank website where there are validated data of countries, and you look at what the country have reported into the BR system versus that data that is in the World Bank, and you see that the numbers are not the same. Then you ask yourself, why should it not be the same if this is also valid data that is validated by that country? So the reliability of data that we are receiving is a concern. As we move into the post-Malabo era, we're trying to see what systems we can put in place to ensure that we are really filtering this data. So this is very critical, so that you do not just perhaps say, oh, my country is not doing that good. But it could in reality physically be doing good, but it's because we can only talk to the data that we have received. But what is also very important from our aspect as African Union is we do not collect the data on behalf of the country. It's strictly that country using their own statisticians and technicians in the Ministry of Agriculture and other sister ministries to put this information together. Further to all this, let's go to the next slide, please. Now, again, just very, very quick slightly, I've just decided to look at SADC, putting up the targets. These are the targets for 2030. third column, that's the targets that we have been moving. And these are the average target for the countries of SADC. As you can see, it's still below even the 5% or the 5 benchmark target, which of course you could easily see that the performance is not really doing well. It was only in the third BR in 2021 where we introduced this particular category on seeing which countries are perhaps, progressing very, very well. And as you can see on the last, we do have some very few countries that are doing well. Next slide, please. So this is just to give you an overall picture. Again, it's taking all the 3 BR that we have done versus the benchmark on the coloring. I'm sure, Julie, you will be providing this presentation to everybody, because this needs time for you to really dig down in and understand what is happening. But for the interest's sake, if you just look at the 4th BR on a more yellowish line, you could see that it is almost none of the countries are above that 5 scoring. So then that's why I was saying that for all the countries, there is basically no country that is on track. Next slide, please. So this is really just to give you the different details. Now, again, here, it's giving the 7 commitment areas, and the benchmarks is how we track them versus now making some differences of the percentages. Again, we just try to use different formulas to see is there any other country in a particular area where there is some good performance. And I mean, the numbers says it all. Next slide, please. I think what will be critical is on my main presentation will focus more on what we are seeing and what we are rather recommending country to country specific to focus on against all these commitments. Again, that is now doing more statistical way into scoring. With your focus on the last column of the progress, none of the SADC countries are anywhere close to being on track. Next slide, please. This particular scoring here that you see is our masterpiece of the BR. So this is what we call a scorecard. Very, very clear. If you see anything green in there, it would mean that the country is on track. This is tracking all the 55 countries. For the 4th BR, we only had 49 countries where they have collected data and submitted data, meaning that we are falling short of 6 countries. And of course, this is for many, many reasons, political reasons, that those countries would not make it to submit on time. So there is no country on track. It is important to mention that over the previous BR, we had Rwanda, who has been on track to meet the targets. This time around, the 4th BR, which was endorsed just this February, and now no countries on track. However, Rwanda still remains the country that is have received the highest scoring amongst the 49 countries that we have collected data. Everything red, it means that it's way below even the 5 marking, and the blue is what we had introduced in the previous 2 tracking, which simply shows that there is some progress. Yeah, and we have quite a lot of countries you can see in blue. So we are relatively not doing too bad. It's just that we are still far-fetched, probably really to meet all the results. Next slide, please. This is still just extracting now the SADC countries out of that big scorecard for you to see the pictures. So within the SADC, we have Eswatini, Malawi, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, who are above the 5 threshold, meaning that they are progressing well, and everything else below that, you need more effort is required. Again, I already indicated 4 specific countries that are far below, such as Angola, Botswana, and Seychelles. Next slide, please. And Mauritius too. Yeah. Now, all that is said, it's coupled with many, many reasons, right? And I already said that data is one of the many, many reasons. But digging deep into what all this says, right? All countries, except Seychelles, Eswatini, and Lesotho, have attained some good scoring on their final targets. This is now when we dig deep just to really see what other performance could the countries be doing well. Now, on commitment number 2, which is one of the very, very critical commitment, where we are calling for governments to spend at least 10% of their annual budget allocation to agriculture. We have only Eswatini and Lesotho that are doing very, very well on that commitment. So we applaud that. It simply just means that they keep increasing their budget allocation to support agricultural program across all the thematic areas. Issues on ending hunger, there is simply no country at all in SADC anywhere clear to that. Then we have commitment 4 on poverty through agriculture. There is no country in the SADC region. The same with intra-Africa trade in agriculture. And for instance, for intra-Africa trade, the African Union has made good progress by, creating the FTCA, whose headquarters is in Ghana. Which is really mandated to support the countries to see how you can trade between borders, but also across the regions. But even with that, we have not been doing well. If you get more deeper into these details and you look at the results, it will be reasons such as, the pandemic that, has ruined how the food has been moving between country to country. But still, we expected them that the programming and the policies in place under the AFTCA support all the countries to do better. On resilience to climate change, with, of course, SADC being one of the region really, really highly affected by this. If it's not drought this year, then it's floods. Except Tanzania and Zimbabwe, everything else, or for all other countries, is below the targeted commitment. On mutual accountability, which is really, really more on principles, clearly targeting the governments to take up what they have signed up for. With the exemption of Seychelles, Angola, and Botswana, and Comoros, all other countries have obtained a particular target. Next slide, please. I think I have just 3 more slides to go. Now, what are some of the possible actions that are necessary from what we are seeing? So what we are saying is, for instance, there is a need. This is, we're just talking across all the SADC countries, that there is a need to increase public expenditure in agriculture and resource. This is really linking to low percentage of agricultural growth, of which we are hoping that each country would have at least increased by 6%. And we are also making reference to the allocation of 10% to agricultural spending. There's a need to increase access to agricultural inputs such as feeds, seeds, fertilizers, to improve the agricultural yield. There is a high need to invest in post-harvest storage technologies to limit the post-harvest losses. So meaning that the data is showing so bad in terms of post-harvest losses, of which if you are to invest in storage technology, it could increase agricultural yield. Very, very critical, and this has been since the first BR, is the strengthening of agricultural data collection and its systems. The issue is, for most of the countries, we do have, or you do have, what we call national statistical agencies who collect already specific data on an annual basis. But you would see that for most countries, they are still taking up CADAP indicators and processes as a standalone agenda, and it is not institutionalized within already the existing government system. So this is the critical concern and a problem. And I really hope that with your presence here, when you sit within your committees in your respective countries, you are able to advocate for the institutionalization of the BR within the government systems, because there is no need that a government has signed up with World Food Program or UNICEF to collect specific data for it on an annual basis. But when it comes to CADAP, you still want to collect the same indicators to inform the EBR system, when you could actually have this system harmonized. And this is actually a responsibility of the governments and not necessarily of the African Union. We can only mobilize resources if need be to ensure that these systems are in place. Trade facilitation and openness, it's a very, very important one for SADC region. So is the same for all the other 5 regional blocks, because we do not only expect you to trade within your region, but with across the continent. And again, all these results, as we said, is in some way attributed to all these economic shocks that we are observing, such as the El Ninos, the drought, floods. The Russia-Ukraine crisis also had affected very, very bad over the past 2 reporting cycles. And we do believe that these have both a short-term and long-term impact on the agricultural sector. But still, we have to think as to what can we still possibly do to overturn the situation. Next slide, please. Again, those are just also some of the other areas that we have put down for the SADC region to ensure that you strengthen your focus on agricultural transformation. I may not need to go into it step by step. I think we'd rather go into it when we are discussing. The next slide, please, because I want to come to the country specific, right? Yeah. So I think I just have 2 slides left. So this is quite critical, because this gives you a picture as to amongst or across all those 7 commitments, what is that we believe you could even better do to do performance. Giving a classical example, if we just look at Angola, what we are saying is for Angola as a country, you need to invest in improving your agricultural yields through focusing on adapting to high yield drought seed varieties. We're also saying that there's a need to increase your irrigation methodologies within Angola that would maximize the impacts. I'm just going to pick a few. I think we do have Botswana here. And for Botswana, we're also talking that there's a need to increase your fertilizer use per hectare. So this is all relating more to agricultural performance, so that you can be self-sustained, so that we can end hunger possibly. Surely that cannot happen with only 1 year left, but I'll also give you a little bit of where we are currently with the post-Malabo process that we have just kickstarted. Eswatini, we are indicating that there's a high need for you to invest in policies and programs that are to strengthen your social protection, fertilizer use, also youth and empowerment. Lesotho, issues of land ownership, invest also in social protection. Next slide, please. I think I have another slide with more countries in it. Yes, I try to just pick to some of them. Do we have Madagascar here? Yes, we have Madagascar. So what we are saying is there's also a need to invest in land productivity inputs, use of fertilizer. And again, when you're talking about fertilizer, we'll be able to provide you with more details on what you can really possibly do on that. Just 2 weeks ago, we ended a fertilizer and soil health summit, where also specific action plans has been endorsed by the heads of states to support the countries. Malawi, which is generally one of the countries actually that is doing quite well in terms of institutionalization of its agricultural performance. What we are saying for Malawi is that there's a need to increase some riches and mechanization within the country. Also, issues of financial inclusion is very, very critical for Malawi. Mozambique, again, to invest in food safety, data systems, fertilizer consumption. I think I talked about it already. Namibia, agricultural data systems. And when you're saying agricultural data system, it just simply means that you do have data systems that exist, but what exists has not been institutionalized with the CADA-BR indicators. And for all this, we track 59 indicators of CADA to inform our 7 performance. South Africa, issues of trade facilitation to attract the youth in agriculture, because South Africa, you would notice that is one country of which, as much as agriculture is doing so well, it's very much on a modernized high scale. Yeah, but you want to see the inclusion of small-scale agricultural farmers, because these are where any person can go and buy cheap local food to feed their families, and not really just focus on a commercial big scale as it is the case for South Africa. I think I just have one last slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is all other recommendations, but all in all, in a nutshell, SADC member state needs to improve your M&E systems to better inform. Trade facilitation is another. Jing banks is when you are talking about seed variety, because climate shocks within this region is quite a problem. And until that we are able to make sure that when it's winter season, we only plant these crops because they can adapt well, and during summer we only plant these crops. We do have a jing bank in Lusaka, Zambia, but as to how effective and how well it is supported, perhaps if we have somebody representing SADC Secretariat could talk to us on that. Still, early warning systems is because of the fragility of this region in terms of climate change. Again, with all robust water bodies that we have on the Zambezi and the Kabango rivers, issues of transboundary water management still needs to be well strengthened. And of course, again, this you can easily do with existing programs such as OCACOM that is crossing over quite a lot of lines. Now, just to end it off, ladies and gentlemen, on my presentation, because we could, dig deep in it throughout the whole day and say, where are we doing well, where bad, how do we go? I think what is critical is just to end off to say that we at the African Union currently, we have just started discussions and stakeholder dialogues on the post-Malabo. The Malabo Declaration is ending next year in 2025. The next 10-year action plan, which will be a plan from 2026 to 2036, is under our belt. We even have a SADC stakeholder dialogue happening 3rd to 5th June, which is a physical meeting it will be in Lusaka, Zambia. So what we are doing then is that we have taken all these 7 commitments. We have kind of done a really quick research and analytical study to see where we need to get into details to inform the next 10-year action plan, which should be evidence-based. Yeah. So I have mentioned, for example, issues of youth engagement, for example, gender. So these are some of the new aspects that we are including in our next 10-year action plan. I also wish to inform that we do have a parliamentarian stakeholder meeting scheduled for 6 to 9 in Accra, Ghana, and I'm sure we will be inviting some of you to be represented there, because we do believe that the parliamentarians play a major key role to advocate to their peers within the parliaments on issues important to agricultural transformation. And we believe that if we have these dialogues with yourselves, it will help us for you to inform the governments on not necessarily what needs to happen, but most importantly, specific focus areas that we would want your countries to embark on to better inform the next 10-year action plan. Ending hunger in 2025 is far-fetched, but we do believe that we could still make a dent in one way or the other across these 7 commitments. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity just to really present to you in a more, I'm sure it was probably a more high scale as to where you are, but I do hope that you are able to pin down some of those recommendations that you can further embark on within your respective countries back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I call upon the respondent, Chikondi Chavuta, CARE Southern Africa, SADC CAADP, NS Group, to make some respondents. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Panduleni, for starting on that. Honorable members, I stand here representing the non-state actor group that is following the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program. So we have a loose network that has civil society, farmer groups, private sector, including youth, and others that are non-state actors into one coalition where we follow up these commitments that have been shared by Panduleni to ensure that they are informing decisions at country level. At SADC, we have also organized ourselves and work hand in hand with the Secretariat to support in popularizing the results of the biannual review to inform policy at country level. In each of the countries that are represented here, honorable members, we do have non-state actors that are working hand in hand with the governments, the ministries of agriculture in most cases, where they are supporting how it makes sense for policy direction, but it also makes sense for others to be engaged in the process. So I would like to just provide a response to what has been shared by Panduleni, to share that how can then parliamentarians, but also the non-state actors, work together to improve accountability, to ensure that this performance that has just been shared here really informs how we drive budgetary allocations and other decisions that are made in several committees. So just to reiterate, for us as the non-state actor group for CADEP, we believe that this is the most authoritative data, it is the most authoritative report, and it covers the whole process of agri-food systems on the continent. Though it is the most authoritative piece of data, it is very insufficient, and it has been insufficient in having stakeholders across Africa be familiar with what is going on. You know, it brings the evidence on how Africa's agriculture is progressing, and in this case, how SADC's agriculture is progressing, and how we are moving towards agricultural transformation. However, we have seen from the data that this has been faltering. The progress on us moving towards agriculture transformation has been worsened by climate change and also the COVID pandemic. And recently, the Ukraine, Gaza, and all the global processes, wars, conflicts that are impacting how food is handled within the region. So we believe that there is a lot of work to be done to get back to meeting the Malabo Declaration. As it was mentioned by Dr. Muchero yesterday, at regional level, we have the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. And this plan is a domestication of the CADEP at regional level. And at national level, we work with our governments, ensuring that the national agriculture investment plans are the ones that are transforming policy and budgetary allocation for the ministries involved, such as finance, agriculture, trade, but also gender and others. So we have a lot of work to do as non-state actors to raise awareness on how we understand these results for all stakeholders, including parliamentarians, journalists, the CADIP focal people in the Ministry of Agriculture that are really integral to policy and planning. Briefly mentioned by Panduleni was the Africa Food System Parliamentary Network. This network was launched last year in Zambia at the CADIP Partners Forum that took place there as a collective where bring different partners under AU to look at how we can move towards progress on this comprehensive program that is led by the African Union. So this parliamentary network in short is called AFSPAN. The Africa Food System Parliamentary Network brings in parliamentarians and they work together alongside existing legislative structures to amplify food system action. So why did we have this parliamentary network? First of all, we understood that we can do all the data generation, we can do all the policy recommendations, but it is the parliamentarians that hold the key in making the decisions on where the money goes, the priorities, but also provide the oversight at the country level. So we bring together it's a voluntary-led network where parliamentarians will come together, have this sector-wide learning, coordination, but also have a coherence to drive change at their countries by learning from all members of parliament across the continent. It is an opportunity where we would want to amplify the biannual reviews that have been shared by Panduleni to make it more than a reporting mechanism, but also a learning and accountability mechanism. So we do sector-wide learning, coordination, and coherence. We want to get the right evidence to the policymakers yourselves, but also we want this to drive change at country level. For us, we believe that if we do move from policy formulation to policy implementation in the highest way commitment, there will be that change that we will be experiencing. So as non-state actors, our ask now to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, after hearing how SADC has performed and being mindful that this performance and even the benchmarks were agreed by the heads of state to say there shall be progress that we shall be making. So though we have put these benchmarks upon ourselves, how do we move from data to policy and practice? So first of all, we are asking for strengthening political leadership and commitment, where we want SADC to prioritize enhancing political leadership and commitment at all levels of the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan and the National Agriculture Investment Plans. This includes engagement from national governments, regional bodies, and the parliamentarians. We need strong leadership to drive the implementation, the mutual accountability, but also secure the necessary financing to achieve the CADIP aspirations. The second ask is really to build resilience in the Southern Africa food systems. And how we do that, given the multiple crises that SADC is experiencing, such as the current El Nino drought, the floods, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, but also the effects of the COVID-19, building a resilient food system is critical. This involves investing in agroecology, investing in disaster risk reduction, and investing in adaptive practices to withstand shocks to ensure our food system is secure and is resilient. The third ask is to strengthen financial and human resource capacities at our national level. The SADC itself plays a crucial role in the CADIP implementation. And at national level, we have a CADIP focal person who is in charge in generating the data that forms this system. What we would want is to have adequate resources and skilled personnel, because as it was shared, there might be some data that is being missed out and it is misrepresenting how countries are performing. But it all goes back to having resources for the skilled people, for effective coordination and monitoring. The fourth ask is to improve data quality and integration, where we are asking the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honorable members, alongside with the African Union, to enhance data quality. We really need to take what Dr. Muchero mentioned yesterday, that there is a data system that has been generated by SADC, which is positive, but we need investment towards making that a reality by having systems that have national statistical leading to regional statistical for accurate monitoring systems and also informed decision making. We have to have synergized processes of the BR, really informing the national investment planning, but also being part of the joint sector reviews at national, but also having one at the regional level. The alignment bit is very critical. And we are glad that as we are doing the consultations for the Kampala Declaration, that will be the next 10 years implementation cycle of commitments made by the national governments, we are asking for alignment from the BR informing what investment should go based on the recommendations that will be provided, but also the joint sector reviews are quite crucial. So we are asking the parliamentarians to have an encouraged collaboration process when we go back, really to maximize impact, but also to avoid duplication that let us digress in this fight of dealing with food insecurity. We are also asking for effective communication and dissemination. So we want the member states and also the SADC to improve communication based on the BR report. We want these tools to be utilized to inform how the parliamentary network will be engaging the policy recommendations informed by the data that's been provided. And then the other bit is we have great case studies that are coming in from different countries within the region. Honorable members, we are asking as non-state actors to have shared document of lessons of what is working within our countries. How would we identify areas of successes and challenges to inform implementation, at least for the next 2 years as we are going through the final cycle of the Malabo Protocol before we launch the Kampala Declaration? You probably have inputs on how the Kampala Declaration would be made better. And this is an open call to ask parliamentarians to join the African Food Systems Parliamentary Network, where together parliamentarians challenge how we have done in the past 20 years and how do we make the Kampala Declaration live and practical for our constituents. And then we want the SADC countries to prioritize investment in agriculture. And borrowing from yesterday's conversation is to invest in agroecology, because we want the larger share of that 10% that is allocated for agriculture to actually transform and move from how we have been doing, because the current system has failed us. How do we make sure we are doing something different for the constituents? We want to have research and have more of irrigation and resilience building that is crucial. Also, trade facilitation and openness. We want trade facilitation to enhance SADC's performance, because there is an indicator that tracks how we are open across the region. So we want to have streamlining cross-border processes and promote intra-African trade that can contribute to this agricultural growth, but also being mindful of territorial markets that we don't want to destabilize. And finally, we would want these BR scores to provide insights into progress Unfortunately, we have seen that no single SADC country was on track during the last fourth BR review, but there are countries that are showing progress. So we need to see how we could assess these scores, make sure that we have informed and have this advocacy and awareness on harmonization of implementation of agriculture policies, protocols at national level. And we are asking you to engage us as non-state actors so that we raise this awareness together within the different constituencies that we are representing. Because these CADIP results can really, if fully utilized as it was intended, they can inform good decision-making from the data that's existing. So we want the SADC PF to be part of the Kampala Declaration formulation to ensure that we collaborate together on issues of food security and sustainable development. But we also want, with this information, the SADC PF to have accountability and oversight to hold each other accountable on these Malabo targets with the engagement of non-state actors to encourage transparency, good governance, and public financial management that is effective for agriculture programs. So I think that is our ask from non-state actors. There's a whole shopping list, but I think those are a good start that we can go with. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kondi. May I call upon the respondents of yesterday's presentation, Irene Liborius Ngao, Eastern and Southern African Small-Scale Farmers Forum. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Parliament, distinguished stakeholders, partners, and non-state actors. I'm so delighted to be here. My name is Irene Liborius. I am from Tanzania. I'm representing smallholder farmers. I am from ESAF. ESAF is Eastern and Southern Africa, Small Scale Farmers Forum. We work in 17 countries and we have members in all the countries, especially the smallholder farmers. And I'm here representing them. And I'll be responding to Dr. Martin's presentation of yesterday. So the first point as smallholder farmers is participation and ownership. And when we talk about participation, it means the smallholder farmers should be part of the evaluation process of the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan of 2017 to 2022, but also putting in place the new RAIP of 2025 to 2030. We believe that smallholder farmers are the main beneficiary of the plans, but also other stakeholders of the plans. And also during this process, we as smallholder farmers, we are requesting the language that should be used during the process should be simple for a grassroots smallholder farmers to understand and to engage. The second point that I would like to make is to involve in every SADC countries, there are SADC national focal points, but also there are SADC national committees. So we would like to ensure there's wider participation at the national level where the citizens, the non-state actors, the media, the private sectors are also involved in this process of the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. And also we ask the members of the Parliament and all parliamentarians in the region to take part in the evaluation of the current RAIP, that's 2017-2022, but also in the making of the new RAIP of 2025 to 2035. And the second point is on the part of financing. And we all know in 2016, SADC, the head of state endorsed the ADF, the Agriculture Development Fund. And most of the SADC members were, until now, none of the SADC members have deposited some amount in the Agriculture Development Fund. And therefore, we request the SADC member states should fund the Regional Agriculture Plan of 2025-2030 through the Regional Agriculture Development Fund. And we urge the SADC parliamentarians to push for the authorization of the ADF, the Agriculture Development Fund, at the national level for the smooth implementation of the RIPE in member states. And another point I would like to make is alignment. And I think even the previous speaker talked about alignment of the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan, but also the CADIP with the National Agriculture Investment Plan. In alignment, I mean that the new RIPE of 2025 to 2030 should align with the next CADIP program or the next Kampala Declaration, I could say that. Also, the National Agriculture Investment Plan should align together with the SADC RIPE, but also with the CADIP programs so that to have a coherence, but also maximizing the impact. And another point I'd like to make is we urge the SADC Parliamentary Forum to convince your member states so that to align the programs within the national member states with the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. And another point I would like to make is on the part of Martin presentation yesterday, he talked about some of the proposed programs within the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan for the 2025 to 2035. And we're happy to hear that there's inclusion of the rural development strategy, but also the agroecology part. But as smallholder farmers, we request if the SADC could put in place the regional agriculture extension strategy, which of course would act as a.
I'll send you the link now. It's not, it doesn't work.
Sorry. Okay. So yeah, thank you. So so I was talking about alignment. So another point I was talking about the RIPE, the proposed RIPE where Dr. Martin yesterday presented, and he also included the rural development strategy within the new RIPE, but also he talked about agroecology. But on my side as smallholder farmers, we wanted to see the regional agriculture adversarial extension strategy, and this adversarial extension strategy should be act as a yardstick in terms of coordination, but in terms of knowledge sharing, but also in terms of researching. And when we talk researching, basically we mean focusing on agroecology, where smallholder farmers are basically doing. And therefore, we urge the SADC Secretariat to put in place a thorough reporting mechanism for RIPE. And it should be in every 2 years to be discussed in the joint agriculture sector review at the regional level, but also at the member states. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much, Irene. Honorable members, do we have any reactions or reflection on the two presentations, one from yesterday and today? If there are any takers on the floor. I see a hand from Namibia. You have the floor.
Okay.
Please introduce yourself
Thank you,
before you
Chair.
go into the commentary.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Philippus Vido Katamelo from Namibia. See, I just wanted maybe to echo something on the recommendations, specifically in Namibia, but I think it's applying to every country. I just took it as an illustration. It states we need better agricultural data systems and irrigation structures. But when we look in the sub-Saharan African context, mostly Namibia, Botswana, and also certain parts of other countries in SADC, we are mostly dry countries. And how do we safeguard the extraction of the underground water at the expense of since we don't know when we propel the irrigation systems, what measures of monitoring is there to guard against the overutilization of the scarce resource, which is water? And two, data is very good, but sometimes data can be used for manipulative experts' intentions. Critical example is a glass of half full. One person might present it's half empty. The other one might present it's half full. But both are all emanating from data. How do we safeguard at least the complete accuracy and moral testing of the data?
Thank you. I see another hand from Namibia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, all. I'm Vincent Mareka from Namibia. Mine goes now to the last respondent, Ms. Irene Libores from Tanzania. You mentioned something about your small holding farmers association or farmers per se benefited from the programs that was within your region, right? Can you probably say more light to us as to how the benefit was, and then what the other regional smallholder farmers can also do to approach the benefit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a hand from Botswana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chase, Honorable Paulson Majara. Just a quick one still to Irene. I want you to help us here. You talked about these small scale associations, whatever, but you know, informal business, if you take like in trade, like goods and services, in most of our African countries, it's a key one, meaning to say that is the one which drives our economies, our local economies, selling goods, whatever. But then when it comes to agriculture, it seems as it's not strong like selling goods and services. How can we improve that, taking into consideration that agriculture going forward is the biggest employer of our continent? What is lacking there to turbocharge further the growth of this small scale agriculture holdings? For example, in my country, is far behind. People are interested in buying or in investing those small holdings, agricultural things. Land is plenty, small population, but I don't know the deficiencies there. Maybe even honorable members can help me as well, so that maybe if I go back home, I can have something to tell them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Any takers on the floor? I see the Kingdom of Lesotho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Makatle Muswasili from Lesotho. I would like to go back to the presentation of Dr. Muchero yesterday about the activities of RAIP. He was excited and talking from heart, and I also got carried away because of the intents of that presentation. I was just got fled when I discovered that the research or whatever job he was doing, it was based on 5 countries. And I think I was at a point where I just said, no, let me just keep quiet. This thing does not affect Lesotho. But I think that would be a cowardice.
Sorry, Honorable, please put the mic closer.
Okay.
So that you're audible. Thank you.
I just want to put the fact that last year we had a problem of avian flu, not even in Lesotho, but it was in South Africa. The borders were closed for almost 5 months. We had no avian flu. The avian flu was in South Africa. South Africa was still consuming their chicken, while with Lesotho, the decision was made that the borders be closed. I just want to put to you, Honorable Chair, how frustrating it was, because really chicken is the cheapest form of protein that most households can afford. Now, coming to that, I was just asking myself, how come Dr. Muchiro, didn't you, as our SADC brothers, just, intervene by just saying to our ministry, please, avian flu is not going to kill Basotho. We have discovered that avian flu and foot and mouth diseases are no longer a threat. Well, that is what I wanted to put on the table to Dr. Muchiro. Otherwise, I applaud and believe that Lesotho will at some stage be engaged in their activities. Now, coming to the presentation of today, I have noted from yesterday that data is a problem in all SADC states. We cannot get results or yield better results because of a lacking data. My question would be, from the consultants, how can our governments be advised to take this matter of data collection or implementation seriously? Because data is lacking in all aspects I would say in SADC now, because in Lesotho, I would say in every ministry, we don't have data. That is very worrisome. When it comes to health issues, no data. When it comes to, almost everything, we are lagging behind. And now I can see it's a problem of Africa. I think we need to come forward with how to solve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I call upon the resource persons? I think we can start with Irene and then just to give responses.
Okay, thank you for the question. The first question was how smallholder farmers benefited for the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. I remember yesterday when Dr. Martin presented, he said the Regional Agriculture Investment Plans are the plans that were aligned with the National Agriculture Plans at the member state. And he even went more highlighted that Malawi is the country that his plans was almost aligned to the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan compared to the other countries. So I'll say that there are some of the programs that benefited smallholder farmers in some of the country, like Malawi, and compared to the other countries. And I think Dr. Martin will answer more about concerning the question. And number 2 question was about how should we strengthen smallholder farmers during the process. So I'll answer that involvement of smallholder farmers in policy process is the key. Smallholder farmers are the beneficiaries of the programs and the plans. So by involving the smallholder farmers in the policy process for them to give their recommendation, their positions, I think is the main key for strengthening the smallholder farmers within the member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Martin, do you have anything to say?
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. And thank you very much indeed for the questions that have been raised. I will attempt to respond to some of the issues. Maybe I could start with the issue from Botswana. which I think is a very pertinent issue about how, as agriculture, we could enhance smallholder participation in the trade and in the market economy of agriculture. There isn't a single solution to it, but one of the key areas that is being advocated from time to time is the potential of using cooperatives, farmer cooperatives, in the sense that usually our farmers are much smaller. The produce is seasonal, and unlike goods and services, where you can buy and sell quite easily, the products also are what's the word? Are perishable. And so once they are produced, they need to be disposed of, or they need to be transformed in terms of their shelf life. And what has worked elsewhere, and it's sad that the general progress in Africa is we seem to be moving away from cooperatives, but in fact, cooperatives are part answer to aggregating produce from farmers, are part answer to having a say in the market. And I can mention very specifically for Botswana, what is called the GGT, which is the ginger, garlic, turmeric farmers association or cooperative, which came about because of the COVID situation. That cooperative has actually been able to not only support its farmers to produce garlic, ginger, and turmeric, but actually to stabilize the prices to farmers that are paid for by wholesalers. And that way, farmers are able to take charge of their production, but also the level of incomes that comes to them. So I just offer that as a potential solution, but obviously there may be other solutions that are available. With regards to the issue of data, as our colleague Panduleni has mentioned, accuracy of data, security of data, they're quite essential and very important. The fact of the matter is that with regards to the BR report, we found out from the exercises that we've been doing with CADESA, because I've been involved with CADESA in training member countries on reporting on the BR, and we have done 7 countries, which were Botswana, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Namibia, Mozambique. I can't remember the other country. Where we've been going through the commitments, we've been analyzing where the data comes from. We've been analyzing what data is required. And generally, it turns out that the data is available. Yes, there's still need for more data to be collected, but there is data that's available. It's the interlinkages, it's the coordination of bringing together some of that data so that it can be utilized for purposes, for instance, of the biannual report. I'll give an example of the post-harvest loss indicator, where most of the countries in the region have recorded 0 or have scored 0 on the biannual report on post-harvest losses. It's not because they're not collecting data on post-harvest, but that data has not been formulated or calculated or put into a structure or a system that allows for reporting on it. This by no means is to say that we have all the data. We need to improve certainly on the data, collection data, and make data available. But the coordination of that data, putting it together and structuring it together is a major problem. And therefore, the issue of capacitation with regards to data collection and data manipulation is not the right word, but data aggregation, I think is very, very important. Certainly, there are elements relating to the political, let's say, political desires or political needs for data. And when I say political, it does happen quite often that data can be used in different formats. And so one needs to get back to the more scientific data collection and data reporting to allow for the differences, I think, that our colleague Panduleni was reporting on, that there are differences depending on which agency you obtain that data from. So I think, honorable members from Namibia, you're quite right. The accuracy of data, the security of data, the need for data is absolutely necessary. But from the 7 countries that we've been involved in, what seems to be very crucial is the fact of coordination of the data that is there, accessibility of the data that is there, and putting it together in such a way that it can be used for reporting purposes. There was another question on how smallholder farmers have benefited from the RIPE. And I think, Irene, you've touched on that, in the sense that it is the intention at the SADC Secretariat level. I know I can't speak for the SADC Secretariat specifically, but from the general knowledge that I have of the SADC Secretariat and the way they operate or their functions, the idea of embedding or domesticating the regional agricultural plan into the national agricultural investment plans, as has happened now in the case of Malawi and in the case of Mozambique, where they have taken deliberate efforts to align those two instruments. The advantage is that, number one, actions at the national level support or initiatives at the national level for purposes of regional integration or achieving regional integration objectives are not seen as a separate piece of work. Let me just backtrack on this and explain. Very often at the country level, when you ask for data or when you ask for work or when you ask for reports on CADAP or on SADC, it appears as extra work. In other words, as an officer, I have my piece of work, I have my job description. Now you are asking me to do something that is extra. That's extra work. The whole idea of domesticating CADAP or the RIPE at the national level, and by domesticating we mean by aligning the various instruments. The intention is that as I do my day-to-day on my job description at the national level as an officer, I am automatically also supporting the region. I'm automatically supporting the African, the continental level. So the benefit that arises, and therefore that is a reason from the alignment between, in the case of Malawi, in the case of Mozambique, the alignment between the RIPE and their NAPES, second generation NAPES, is that the workflow is now a lot easier. We have aligned the indicators. So as they report on one indicator at the national level, they're reporting on the same indicator at the regional level as well. So that's part benefit that's come through. And the intention is hopefully as we progress, funding and issues such as that will become a lot easier. I think, Chair, let me stop at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Chikon, did you have any intervention? Yeah, we're getting reactions from the presenter, and then we'll get back to the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Mine will just be an addition to what Dr. Muchero has said, going back to the question asked by Honorable from Lesotho on how do we make sure that the issue of data is being taken seriously? For us, a low-hanging fruit is the joint sector reviews. If at the joint sector reviews that take place at the national level, everybody comes prepared, ready with the data, it then becomes easier for the CADIP focal person to embed all this data from the country. What we have noticed is during the joint sector reviews at the national level, in almost all the countries, people come there with not prepared data. So then what is readily available is usually the data maybe from FAO or other UN institutions, disregarding of the others because people did not come prepared. And the advocacy that was mentioned, including yesterday, to have the regional joint sector review, I would say we really need to go with that, because it will really help if there were any missing data that were not captured during the national joint sector review. The regional will make sure that it takes care of that and we don't miss out on data that can give a true picture of how things are happening at the country level. So advocacy for joint sector reviews that are informed by good data that is existing from the national. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chikondi and Dr. Muchero. I think they have covered the data issue. No need to repeat, but I would have hoped that Dr. Muchero will touch base on the question posed from Namibia in regard to water infrastructure. And I'm posing it on him specifically because he would talk clearly to the SADC regional level pertaining to what programs and policies we have in place within the NAIP, which has already lapsed. But I'm also fully aware that he is part of the group putting together the new RAIP, because water scarcity is an issue in the region. The dependency on rain-fed agriculture can never bring out yields. So Dr. Muchero, if you could just take 1 minute of what we could talk to in terms of water infrastructure within, just not as a country as Namibia, but rather on the regional block, knowing already there is a transboundary issues on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. We're not doing well in terms of give you 2 minutes.
Okay, right, great. Thank you. On the water issue, I think what I can say is that groundwater, certainly, number one, we don't quite know how much there is underneath, and it's a replenishment problem with regards to the rainfall patterns, which are also not now as reliable. However, what progress has been made, and here I wish Dr. Dlamini was here, is a lot of progress has been made with regards to technologies on the efficiency use of water. And therefore, when we talk about irrigation, we're not talking about overhead irrigation. We're not talking about the levels that cause evaporation, but very dedicated, effective water use technologies, and those now exist. Yes, that doesn't take away the worry about what will happen to the underground water, but certainly we need to be able to move forward and take a stab at using that water source. Surface water is also available, and a month ago, the SADC Infrastructure Directorate had its operational workshop held in Kasane, and I happened to facilitate that process. There was an extensive presentation on water harvesting that I think we could benefit from. Unfortunately, we don't have the time and I don't have the presentation, but certainly this is information we can provide through the SADC Secretariat on how to measures on water harvesting for the purpose of supporting agriculture specifically. And then, as Panduleni said, there are what are called RBOs, River Basin Authorities, that are responsible for looking after the waters, the state waters. And there again, lots of efforts are being done to this effect. There was a specific project, for instance, that we visited in Kasane on the use of the Zambezi water project. And there's a project that is being put in place now for both irrigation as well as the town of Kazungula. So there are quite a number of aspects that could be used in that regard. And maybe I could just also touch on the issue from on the chicken influenza that Honorable from Lesotho talked to. I just wanted to say that there are guidelines on how to deal with those situations, and what needs to be done is, in a situation such as that, is to approach SADC Secretariat and ask for, under the livestock program, ask for specific help. And there are guidelines on how to deal with such situations. I thought I should just mention. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Doc. I saw a hand, if it's a burning one, from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Just 1 minute, because we're not doing well on time. We're supposed to be having our healthy break. And I also see a burning hand from Madagascar. Namibia, unfortunately, we already gave you, so we'd rather take the members that haven't spoken yet. So let's have the members that haven't spoken yet, and then we'll get back to you. I submit. So Eswatini, you've got 1 minute, and Madagascar 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Stalo Chele from Eswatini. Mine will go to Dr. Martin. The issue of funding. He said yesterday in his presentation, funding is there, but it comes with some conditions, the strings. I wanted to know, when you say good governance, what good governance according to the funding that they require? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Madagascar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français, s'il vous plaît. Je vais revenir sur l'intervention d'hier. Je vous félicite quand même. C'est une intervention très avancée et très poussée. Ce que je vais parler, c'est l'intervention du Dr. Stephen Kueberg. Il a parlé beaucoup de l'adaptation de produits d'agriculture et d'élevage. Mais je n'ai pas entendu parler d'adaptation du calendrier agricole. C'est une stratégie nationale qu'on a fait réaliser à Madagascar, mais ça n'a pas marché parce que habituellement, la riziculture se commence au mois d'octobre, qui se coïncide avec la période de pluie. Mais malheureusement, les cyclones est très fréquent pendant le mois de février-avril. Et ce qu'on a fait, c'est la provocation d'une pluie artificielle au mois d'octobre. Je ne sais pas si c'est conventionnel, mais c'est un bricolage qu'on a fait. C'est très bénéfique sur l'électrification hydraulique, très bénéfique sur améliorer l'eau potable, et ça a ramené à l'agriculture traditionnelle. Donc, ce qu'on a fait, c'est une provocation de pluie artificielle au mois d'octobre. Donc, c'est pour ça que je veux savoir, le calendrier agricole, est-ce que ça marche dans les chasses que vous avez fait? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madagascar. We'll go to Namibia. You've got 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is also on the recommendations by Ms. Elako on Namibia. Now, it says Namibia should invest in better agricultural data system and irrigation structures, not a data system, but irrigation structures. As it means, it's because of the poor rainfall that Namibia should now start to concentrate on underground water to come up with its own irrigation, like center pivot systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Over to you, Doc. You're going to try to summarize as much as you can. We're not doing well on time.
Thank you very much indeed. Responding to the question from Honorable Member from Eswatini on good governance. I think good governance, in very brief terms, is one where we're talking about the commitment to an initiative. We found wanting with regards to the donor community, in the sense that we are not putting anything on the table. Now, when I say putting anything on the table, it does not mean that we can put money on the table, but sometimes what we need to do is to put in-kind initiatives on the table. We need to be able to show efficiency of the use of funding. Very often, projects are funded, but you will find that 80% will tend to go towards let me use the word salaries, or let me do the reverse. You only get 20% going towards some impactful results on the ground, especially with in the agriculture sector. Whereas we need the opposite. We need 80% to reach the farmers. We're more process oriented rather than result oriented on the ground. But it gets maybe even a little bit broader than that. But let me just say that those are some of the areas where we have found wanting, because funding is becoming limited, and we need to be more efficient in the use of funding throughout. So that's one element of the good governance that we require. The effective the effective and efficient use of the little that is available. I think there's a term called gaining more or achieving more with less. That's where we need to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think we have answered the interventions. Just to put it on record that yesterday we also received a comment from one of our some online followers or participants in the name of Bilima, he had said, and I quote, "Not forgetting the research funds." I think this is in regards to Dr. Greenberg. "Not forgetting the research funds is mostly to institutes that are out of Africa. Let's lobby for research in agroecology for Africa, in African, by African research institutes." And also today we've got also a comment by Emma Justin. She says, "On the issue of data, given that training is provided, as Dr. Martin has mentioned, I think more resources are needed to be invested in data collection. On country-wise, in terms of personnel qualified to gather such information, otherwise research is needed to find out the gaps encountered by data collectors." So I think we'll just take those as food for thoughts. Honorable members, I think on my clock it is 17 minutes to 11, and we're going to break for 17 minutes. We shall resume at 11 for a healthy break. Thank you very much. Can I call the meeting to order, honorable members? Order. Can I call the meeting to order?
Hello?
May I please call the meeting to order?
Deputy Chair. The Deputy Chair.
Welcome back, honorable members. May we now move on to the next session, which looks at the energy transition, critical minerals, and accountability in Southern Africa. For this session, we will have some remarks from Dr. Dave Malungisa, Natural Resource and Climate Change Senior Advisor at SAR Watch, to contextualize the sessions. His remarks will be followed by successive presentations, and the deliberations will follow after all the presentations have been concluded, because all the presentations are in one way or another similar. May I please call Mr. Malungisa to have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Devi Malungisa, yet to be doctor. It's an aspiration. I'm advocate of the High Court of South Africa. I am with the Southern Africa Resource Watch, and I'm a senior advisor on the climate change, natural resources, including just energy transition. And I stand before you on behalf of the Executive Director of Southern Africa Resource Watch, who could not be here, and he sends his apologies and warm greetings. So it is indeed an honor to give few remarks before you delve into the content of the minerals economy of the region as it links with the energy transition and climate change. You will have deeper sessions, session 6 on energy transition and critical minerals, but most importantly for you as legislators, it also looks into issues of accountability. This will be followed tomorrow. You will have session 7, which will look at the phasing down of oil, of coal, and gas as part of tomorrow's agenda. And the two sessions, seemingly contradictory, gives us the framework to conceive energy transition from where, possibly how, in terms of policy mechanisms, and the challenges around it, including geopolitics. First, let me give you just a sentence on what is the Southern Africa Resource Watch. We are a regional non-governmental organization whose vision is to improve human conditions through good governance of natural resources in Africa, with a mission to promote responsible utilization of natural resources in Africa through inclusive stakeholders engagement that protects rights, the environment, including biodiversity. We have offices in Johannesburg, head office, DRC, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We work as a Pan-African institution across the continent. On natural resource governance, and I understand your theme here includes govern natural resources effectively. So natural resource governance, we have located a significant portion of our work in the current climate change action, which is global, and we're focusing on two things. One is on decarbonization of mining operations and value chains, and also the energy transition to a renewable energy future. As you know, COP28 affirmed the phasing down of fossil fuels and an acceleration to clean energy systems like solar, wind, hydropower, and so on, just to meet the net zero targets by 2050. So briefly on the energy transition, what are the key issues and accountability points? Immediately, as we are discussing, you know that the role of parliament is very front and center because you connect to the electorate, you connect to citizens, but you also hold the executive to account. So that's the framework which I'll just give pointers because I understand there's no time. So a key aspect to the transition is access to mineral resources for the manufacturing of green technologies. And those technologies are solar technologies, you know, the panels, solar panels, wind turbines, and battery storage systems. So those, among others. So those technologies are key, but for them to be manufactured, they require certain minerals. These are minerals like cobalt, graphite, lithium, copper, manganese that are very key to the manufacturing of these technologies. But how do they then become critical? It depends with the country. We have called them critical, but let's say they are more critical to developed countries, EU, US, and so criticality depends about the industrial use by those countries. So we better be looking at terms for the language, whether they are strategic to us. Some in African Union, I think they're called green minerals and so forth. But for this purpose today, let's say they are critical to manufacturing of green technologies, then we can get a passport to say they are critical minerals. So for legislatures in the region, then there must be, you need to take a lead to give us working definitions according to our situation. Our laws are still behind. We don't have critical mineral lists in our countries, most of our countries. We need to be looking at that. We don't have critical mineral strategies in our countries. We need to be looking at that. Except for Zambia, we have not seen other countries that are developing critical mineral strategies. South Africa has got a beneficiation strategy 2011, and that one is for all minerals and a very small component on energy, and it has not been updated. And I'm sure they are trying to update that. So that's one. Framework legislation is still behind. Our climate change laws, they are still behind. They are not even comprehensive. Yet the opportunity we have with these minerals is to have minerals-led industrialization in the region. So you will have experts speaking about that, about batteries manufacturing must take place in our region because that's where the minerals are. And there are good examples. Zambia and DRC, they've signed a cooperation agreement to manufacture batteries between them within, and they are being supported by the international community. But the extent that citizens are involved with those processes means parliament needs to do more to connect citizens with what is happening and the opportunities around the green minerals economy. Then the other questions is if we manufacture solar panels and other technologies in the region, it will be cheaper to have our goal of universal energy access. You remember, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 7, it's about fighting energy poverty. And Africa has got more than 600 million people who are not accessing clean electricity. And those are some issues that we have to address, the fiscal benefits, but also for SADC. Remember, you have got an institution that is called SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. So it has got a renewable energy and energy efficiency strategy and action plan. So it's to table it and make sure it's understood at country level. At the African Union, we have Mineral Development Center, an institution there, which is developing a green mineral strategy. We need to be looking at that, but I won't go into detail. Experts are going to do that. The EU has got a EU Critical Raw Materials Act for the EU. What is its purpose? Is to ensure EU becomes the manufacturing base for electric vehicles, for wind turbines, and other green goods. So where are we in Southern Africa? It means we are still going to be exporting raw materials if we are not careful. We need not to export jobs. We need to make sure those jobs are here. For parliamentarians, it's also important that you look not only at mining laws, look at trade policies and laws. There are remedies within international trade. And if you look at last week, President Biden increased tariffs, I think up to 100% against the imports of Chinese electric vehicles and other green products. Do we have that to protect our industries in the region? Let's look at that. Then the critical mineral strategy, even for Zambia, it's just a thin document. If you compare it with the one for Australia, for Europe, for America, and for Canada, you just see, your tears will start coming out because there's more technical work that needs to be supported and parliamentarians need to be involved. Finally, I understand that tomorrow you'll be looking at phasing down oil, gas, and coal. That's another dilemma. It's a big dilemma and we need guidance from parliamentarians. African Union is saying gas is a transitional mineral, a transitional fuel, meaning they think it's cleaner than other fossil fuels. Is that the position? We need to be guided by policy, and that's the area for parliamentarians. What will happen to new assets that we are discovering? The Mozambique, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and latest Namibia, oil, gas discoveries, massive gas discoveries, hundreds of years for our core assets to stood, yet we are supposed to be transitioning away from those. So what is the policy from the policymakers? That's, I think, what you're going to be discussing. So on behalf of the Southern Africa Resource Watch Director, and his team, including myself, we wish you well as you get into these deliberations. And I'm sure we are here not by coincidence. It's because we've got a partnership with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we will support joint work on tax reforms, opportunities to optimize critical minerals value chains. We will work with you on development of framework legislation on tax law reforms. We are doing studies right now, trade policy, critical minerals legislation, and other areas of cooperation that we may choose to cooperate around. I thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malungisa. May we now have the presentation by Dr. Ngobile Mapungube, Institute for Strategic Reflection, who will present on energy transition in the SADC region. The session will focus on the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources and the benefits of adopting clean energy technologies for SADC countries. It will also cover policies and regulations that promote the use of renewable energies and the challenges that come with the transition. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, honorable members of the committee, as well as colleagues. My name is Ngobile Baba. I'm from the Mapungube Institute for Strategic Refraction. I work as a researcher in climate change and energy. And today I'll be speaking to you on the energy transition in the SADC region. Next slide, please. My presentation will entail contextualizing the issues of the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. It will go to renewable energy in the SADC region, providing status and opportunities, and then delve into policies, regulations that promote the use of renewable energy, as well as some of the challenges and urgent actions that are required. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. Sorry. So the energy transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy is already underway due to the emergence of climate change that is increasing society's vulnerabilities. However, even though Africa's contribution to the global greenhouse gas emission is minimal, Africa and the Southern African region does need to transition to renewable energy resources, as this will enable us to achieve some of our sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. So some of the challenges that we are facing now, we are facing impacts of climate change. Southern Africa is warming at twice the global average, and it is therefore more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change in comparison to other regions. Southern Africa has experienced extreme weather events and as well as broader water scarcity that has already caused significant damage. And looking ahead, this impact of climate change is expected to be more pronounced in certain areas as well as certain sectors, as we have seen in some parts of South Africa that we have been experiencing increased flooding. For instance, last year we had flooding in KZN, and we also had droughts in the northern parts of the country. And this is not limited to South Africa. During 2021 and 2022, the SADC region experienced 6 cyclones, which affected over 2.5 million people in Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, as well as Zimbabwe. And in April 2022, South Africa, as I've already mentioned, experienced destructive flash flooding. Also, other SADC regions, including Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, as well as Seychelles, faced sea level rise as well as coastal erosion that continue to increase people's vulnerabilities as well as vulnerabilities in local communities. The other challenge that is ongoing is also that Southern Africa is also an intensive is a carbon-intensive economy. As you can see from the diagram that South Africa is one of the most carbon-intense economy in the world due to our obviously use of coal as a fossil fuel in our industrial activities. So this also puts us at risk due to the growing use of carbon-free materials. So South Africa is at risk of losing certain markets as the global economy is shifting towards low carbon goods. And therefore, Climate change, as I've mentioned, accentuates some of the existing risks, particularly to vulnerable groups such as rural, as well as urban and small-scale farmers, as well as internally displaced people. Combined this with the high levels of poverty, unemployment, as well as inequality that exists in Africa, as well as conflicts, as well as the COVID-19 pandemics, it makes the situation even worse and compounds the region's vulnerability. Therefore, an integrated response that addresses climate change and reduces the region's vulnerability and insecurity is required. It is in this context that the energy transition to low carbon economy or low carbon futures must be premised on a just transition. Next slide, please. And some of a just transition aims to achieve equality of life for all people in the African continent in the context of climate resilient as well as net zero emissions development. It puts human development at the center of decision making. A just transition also contributes to the goals of decent work, social inclusion, as well as the eradication of poverty. And these are some of the most important sustainable development goals that the region needs to address. The just transition also builds the resilience of the economy and people through affordable, decentralized, diversely owned renewable energy systems, conservation of natural resources, equitable access to water resources, as well as sustainable, equitable, inclusive land use for all, especially the most vulnerable. So in terms of the Southern African region, the energy transition is important and will present Southern Africa with opportunities and benefits. It presents opportunities for us to be able to achieve our sustainable goals, targets such as the SDG 7 for affordable as well as clean energy. It also is an enabler for sustainable development due to the development of technologies, education, environment, employment, health, as well as communication. Also, the SADC region is also a party to the Paris Agreement and also has an obligation to transition as members of the Paris Agreement. It also allows the SADC region to be able to achieve the goals of the Agenda 2063, which is Africa's blueprint and a master plan for transforming the continent into a global powerhouse of the future to be implemented by the African Union. And this is a plan that was proposed in 2013 for the next 50 years for Africa. And among the agenda goals is supporting environmental sustainability and climate resilient economies and communities, as well as priority areas that include climate change and supporting renewable energy. The Southern African region has an obligation for sustainable development, meaning that we need development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of our future generations to meet their own needs. Next slide, please. So having a look at some of the status and some of the opportunities that renewable energy provides for the region. The current status for electricity, as we can see from the graph, our electricity generation is still very much dominated by fossil fuels. As you can see that 75.1% of Southern African electricity is made from coal as well as peat. And then that is seconded by hydropower, as well as nuclear power, solar, bioenergy, as well as wind. The greater challenge to address, as mentioned earlier, is that of improving energy access as well as access to clean energy and affordable energy. Around 600 million people lacked access to electricity in the continent, and 98% of those are located in the sub-Saharan Africa. So renewable energy excuse me, is a source or a gateway to be able to provide that affordable as well as accessible as well as in clean energy in the region. Next slide, please. So some of the renewable energy potential in the SADC region includes that we have obviously a vast resources for renewable energy sources ranging from solar, wind, gas, as well as hydro, as well as biofuels. The overall hydropower potential in the SADC region is estimated to be about 1,080 terawatt hours per year. But the current capacity that is being used right now is just under 31 terawatt hour per year, which means we have so much capacity that is not being utilized for hydropower, as well as the overall geothermal is about 4,000 megawatts of electricity that is available along the Rift Valley in the United Republic of Tanzania, Malawi, as well as Mozambique. And next slide, please. So we also, on the graph, you can see the world map that shows the solar capacity on the left, as well as the wind capacity on the right. And you can see that much of that capacity globally is concentrated within the African continent. Concentration is reflected by the bolder colors. Next slide, please. Zooming into the SADC region, we can also see that SADC region also contains most of this solar irradiation as well as wind capacity. The region has a high annual average irradiation of about 2,160 kilowatts per hour, and it also has wind speeds averaging at about 6.2 meters per second. And 85 meters per second in Botswana and Namibia. Generally, obviously, the SADC region represents some of the world's best solar as well as wind capacity, and therefore we need to take advantage of these opportunities. Next slide, please. Continuing with the renewable energy potential, Southern Africa accounts for a quarter of the continent's hydropower, 41% of installed wind and power, and over 60% of the continent's grid is linked to solar power generation. The Zambezi River provides hydropower to Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, and electricity is generated from the Zambezi River, which is also exported to South Africa. And South Africa has the largest solar producer in the continent, with a capacity of about 6 gigawatts in 2020, and this has increased dramatically since then towards 2024. And in total, 17% of Southern Africa's electricity generation capacity in 2020 was based on renewable, primarily on solar. So there are big investments happening in the solar space in the region. Next slide, please. So continuing with renewable energy potential, looking at the power sector, in order to transition to renewable energy or to low carbon technologies, the energy transition requires a rapid expansion of renewable based electricity generation. It has been shown that the cost of renewable energy is continuing to decline globally, and renewable energy is now the most affordable power generation in most regions, particularly in Africa, as we contain the world's best resources. Additionally, there's a need to also transition the transport sector, and therefore the energy transition must also happen within the fuel sector. Some of the new emerging fuels and emerging technologies include fuels such as hydrogen and its derivatives, and these will play a major role in the energy transition, especially for transitioning industrial processes, including agriculture, including sustainable aviation fuels. So investing in renewable energy would be in the national best interest for for three reasons. It is the least cost, as I've mentioned, and it is the fastest option to bring new renewable energy capacity into the grid to address ongoing energy crises, as well as energy affordability and access in the continent. Renewable energy offers lower pollution in the air, in water, as well as soil pollution. It improves the local health benefits as well as labor productivity. It improves the economic competitiveness due to the change in consumers and multinational behaviors that are already taking place in global markets. So moving away from coal will require and fossil fuels will require significant investments in green technologies and such as green hydrogen. The SADC region has a potential to produce green hydrogen due to its abundance of renewable energy sources that I've mentioned, such as solar and as well as wind, as well as other resources. This is because green hydrogen is produced from the electrolysis of water using renewable energy, and that will produce hydrogen as well as oxygen. The hydrogen that is produced is a clean energy source that can be further used in the production of industrial processes such as refining and production of ammonia, as well as methanol synthesis. Processes production of steel, which is the reduced iron steel, and it is also used in the power sector to provide off-grid power supply, which is much more flexible than the grids that we have. It is also used to produce power fuels such as synthetic fuels, as well as ammonia. Ammonia can be further used to produce sustainable agricultural fertilizers. It can also be used in the transport industry to provide sustainable shipping fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. Basically, green hydrogen presents opportunities to be able to transition all the other industries other than the sources, as well as the potential to develop this sector and be first movers. We need to take advantage of this opportunity. So the continent around green hydrogen, particularly in Southern Africa. One of those is the Southern Corridor Development Initiatives in Namibia, the Namibia Green Hydrogen Project that aims to implement the Namibia government strategy for the development of large-scale green hydrogen industry. It's usually called the Hyphen Project, that is based in Namibia to be able to build the first fully vertically integrated gigawatt scale green hydrogen project in the continent. This is a $10 billion project that is planned to be developed in phases, and at full development targeting about 350,000 metric tons of green hydrogen production a year. This project has, progressed. It's one of the most progressive green hydrogen projects within the continent, and they have agreements with South to be able to use some of the ports for green hydrogen exports. And there are recent development includes the Port of Antwerp is actively developing about 250 million euro hydrogen projects and ammonia storage, and an export facility at Namibia's Port of Wales. So the project is also very much partnering with other countries as well as with other green hydrogen developers. These partnerships aims to study the feasibility of building Africa's first cross-country green hydrogen pipeline, the partnership between Namibia and South Africa, connecting Namibia and South Africa and facilitating significant trade of new products between the two countries. And looking at South Africa's green hydrogen strategy, as well as other projects that are happening within the country, South Africa is also looking at producing green hydrogen directly from its renewable energy. It's also looking at producing green ammonia that will be exported directly as well as used in the production of fertilizers. It's also looking at reusing our existing Fischer-Tropsch technologies from Sasol to produce sustainable aviation fuel to be able to industrially decarbonize the aviation sector as well as the whole chemicals value chain. Some of the ongoing projects in the country include some of these. There are more that are in development phases. Those include the High Shift Sustainable Aviation Project that is run by Sasol in Secunda. There is the Bukobai green hydrogen in the ports of Northern Cape, and that is one of the projects that is partnering with the government of Namibia. There is also the Sasolburg Green Hydrogen Program in the Free State, as well as the Hive Energy Green Hydrogen Ammonia that is happening in the Eastern Cape. There are many others that are run by the private sector, including those run by Anglo American, as well as Impala Platinum and other mining companies that are looking at using green hydrogen in their mining companies for sustainable mining practices. And some of the examples here include the ones that I've talked about, the sustainable aviation fuel that is run by Sasol, and then the Saldanha green steel production. South Africa is also is one of the producers of steel. So we are looking at producing green steel. ArcelorMittal, one of the companies that produces green steel, is investing in starting operations to use green hydrogen in order to be able to export green steel rather than raw steel. Also, this is another way of beneficiating one of the products that we are using, because when you're exporting reduced iron ore, it's already somewhat beneficiated within the country. Additionally, the continent obviously contains an abundance of minerals, and these minerals are also critical inputs for renewable energy components. For instance, chromite, cobalt, manganese, molybdenum, nickel, and rhenium. These are the minerals that are found in the SADC region. As you can see on the graph on the left, that South Africa is one of the major chromite producers, and then the DRC is a major producer in cobalt. Similarly, South Africa is the largest producer of manganese, as well as other minerals that are critical. But notably, these minerals are critical components for the production of renewable energy components. So there are opportunities to be able to build these value chains within the continent and the region in order to fully exploit the benefits. And these markets already exist within the region. As you can see from these two graphs that in 2024, in 2023, I mean, South Africa imported about 947 million US dollars worth of solar cells, modules, and panels. This is because of the growth of renewable energy production within the country, as you can see on the graph, as indicated by the first and third quarter of 2022, as well as first quarter and third quarter of 2023. There's a sharp increase in renewable energy production. Additionally, South Africa also imported a large number of lithium-ion batteries as well as batteries, and we all know that these are required for energy storage for renewable energy. So moving on to some of the policies and regulations that promote the use of renewable energy in the region. Firstly, looking at South Africa, there has been major developments in policies in the areas of climate, electricity, finance, industrial, as well as just transition in the last 5 5 years. There has been major developments, particularly looking at the approval of our climate change bill, which will enable all government to be able to embed a just transition within their planning, as well as the low carbon transition. And then in 2020, there was an amendment of the regulation on new generation capacity, which allowed private companies and private stakeholders to be able to generate their own power, and that has been uncapped. As well as that was followed by the South African Automotive Master Plan, which aims to address which is able to decarbonize the transport sector. That was also then followed by the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill, which completely removed the cap on renewable energy private generation. There is also a draft of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan that was released, and it's going through approval right now. In terms of green hydrogen, there are existing strategies as well as framework, and this includes South Africa's HISA program that started 15 years ago to build capacity around green hydrogen in the country. There is the Hydrogen Society roadmap, which also means to beneficiate green hydrogen in South Africa, as well as the green hydrogen commercialization strategy. And recently, the country has updated its integrated resource plan, which is a national planning document that informs electricity generation, and that includes all sources of electricity that are required within the energy mix. Looking at the region, region, some of the policies that exist include the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. This is an important regulation because it promotes the trading within the continent and within countries, particularly looking at energy trade. The AfTA, which holds the potential to significantly drive intra-African trade and diversify the continent's economic base. It includes the potential for energy exports, as well as the creation and growth of clean energy trade corridors in the region. Additionally, there's also the African Single Electricity Market that was established in 2021 that facilitates sustainable development, and the African electricity sector, which is a targeted intervention of the AfTA agreement with a vision to optimize the full potential of the continent's abundant renewable energy sources and drive electricity access in the most cost-effective, sustainable, reliable, and competitive manner. This is implemented and supported by the Continental Power Systems Master Plan, and it is driven by the African Union Commission. It aims to integrate all 5 power pools that exist within the continent into a single electricity market, and it is expected to be fully operational by the year 2040. These 2 frameworks are able to deepen regional energy integration as well as scale renewable energy-based industrialization, because we are all very much aware that our countries have different capacities. So energy trade within the region will allow us to be able to quickly scale up renewable energy. And now moving on to some of the challenges and actions that are required to achieve a transition to a low carbon economy, basically looking at how do we make this happen. So one of the key components that will enable the region to be able to scale up renewable energy is obviously finance. That is one of the most important components that we need. So there has been a growth globally in terms of deploying finance for renewable energy projects. As you can see from the graph on the left, that there is an increased investment in energy technologies from 2015 to 2022. And there's also an increase with regards to renewable energy specific technologies, looking at solar, geothermal, biomass, hydropower, biofuels, as well as onshore and offshore wind. There has been about an 8.5% compound annual growth rate from 2013 to about 2022. So now zooming into the African continent, let's see what is happening in Southern Africa. As much as there has been an increase in renewable energy investments, but there's still an issue with regards to the Southern region of Africa receiving that funding. There is just about 2% of the 2.8 trillion USD that is spent on renewables globally between 2000 and 2020 only went to Africa. Only 2% of the 2.8 trillion. What is happening with the 98%? Where is it going? Where are we falling short as the continent? There are so many issues that we need to address with regards to accessing finance. And 3/4 of the investment that are made between 2010 and 2020 were only captured by just 4 countries in the continent, and that is South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, as well as Kenya. Only 4 in the continent that were able to access this finance. So that is a very, very huge issue that amongst all the countries in this continent, only 4 are able to access the 2% out of the 100%, and the 98% is going to the other global north. The global north without the resources that we have. Right, so there is a greater need to scale up financing, particularly for the developing countries, such as the SADC region. The Sub-Saharan Africa received the least investment in renewable energy. As I've mentioned, although it is home to about 567 million people who are lacking access to electricity. So the Sub-Saharan Africa received less than 1.5% of the USD 2.8 trillion that was invested in renewable energy globally in the period of 2000 to 2020. So in developing countries, renewable energy project developers face some of the issues, including very high, capital cost. Because the region is perceived as being high risks. Why are we perceived as high risk? So access to capital is much higher in this region or in the continent in comparison to the global north. Countries in the Sub-Saharan Africa face some of the highest cost in finance in the world, and that demonstrates the need for further integration and collaboration, including such as the engagement with multilateral development banks and increased role for public finance. We need to diversify, obviously, our financial means for renewable energy, but there's a greater need for structural changes, notable in the reform of multilateral finance mechanisms, which are essential to effectively support the energy transition efforts, as well as local value chain creation within the developing countries. So some of the urgent actions that are needed include policy and regulation, improving our infrastructure, and most importantly, international collaboration, regional collaboration, continental collaboration. Because as countries, we won't be able to do this on our own. We may try, but progress will be slow, as well as improving access to adequate, accessible, as well as debt-free finance, because finance should not continuously perpetuate the cycle of debt within the continent. We also need to address that. So when we do have the finance and everything, we also need to develop some of these supply chains within the continent. Surely the next speaker will speak towards that. Build these supply chains and these value chains and industrialize meaningfully within the continent by building battery value chains, renewable energy manufacturing, green hydrogen production, you know, as well as overall building skills capacity. You know, our universities need to work hand in hand with policymakers and regulations in order to ensure that once all this is here, we have a capable workforce that is able to meet the needs of the just transition or the needs of the low carbon economy, so that we don't also continuously import skills in the continent. It is important to note that there are actively not one transition that is happening. There is a greater need to ensure that we center people within the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, that we address our vulnerabilities. And in order to do that and to understand that, we need to be able to know that there's a low carbon economy transition that is happening, and that is happening hand in hand with the just transition and the need for a just transition. And also that is also happening simultaneously with the need to build adaptation and resilience, because climate change is not waiting upon us. It's happening right now. We will be impacted by it, and therefore we need to be able to adapt to it while we are transitioning. It also needs to happen hand in hand. I'm not even going to go into details about how short or how insufficient resilient finance is, because it's even worse than that of transitioning to renewable energy or financing mitigation per se. So all in all, I think it's important to keep in mind that we need to transition to a low carbon economy, while at the same time embedding the principles of a just transition into this transition, as well as building resilience and overall protecting our communities and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngobile. May we now have the presentation from Dr. Nelson Chipangamata from the Wits Mining Institute on critical minerals in the SADC region. This session will focus on the importance of critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, and rare earth elements found in the SADC region in the transition to clean energy. It will also cover the need for responsible mining practices, including environmental protection and social responsibility, given the increased demand of these minerals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a good afternoon to you all. Good, thank you. Yes, taking over from where the doc left, like the chairman said, there is a link, a strong link actually between the idea of critical minerals and the idea of energy transition. So it's a progression from that. Nelson Chipangamate is my name. I am a researcher at the Wits Mining Institute here in Johannesburg. And today I'm going to be talking with you on critical minerals in the SADC region. And why should I talk about that? Because we need to be learning. Let's go to the next slide. This is a quotation from a gentleman whom I admire. Eric Hofer is the name. He says, the central task of education is to implant a will and facility for learning. It should produce not learned, but learning people. The truly human society is a learning society, where grandparents parents, and children as students. So today we are students together because we want to inculcate a culture of learning so that we progressively learn. Let me talk a bit about the Wits Mining Institute. Let's move to the next slide so I can talk a bit about the Wits Mining Institute. The Wits Mining Institute is housed within the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, and under the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. And the Wits Mining Institute is one of the schools or institutes under that faculty. And we have 4 centers that do research and capacity development in the country and beyond. So the first center that we have is known as the DigiMine, where we work on research that takes surface technology underground, because the environment underground is totally different from what we have at the surface. So for instance, we don't have Wi-Fi underground. How can we take surface communication technology underground? So through our research, we have developed what we call Li-Fi, where we make use of communication through light. Where there is light underground, there can be communication signal. That's one of the projects that we have done under the DigiMine. Then we have what is known as RTIMS, which is real-time information management systems. It's a center that focuses on how can communication underground be brought to the surface in real time so that decisions at the surface can be made in real time with informed perspectives. And then we have what is known as the SETCAP and RML. This is the Successful Application of Technology Centered Around People. This is the center where I reside. And the research that we do under that center is to look at how can we make sure that as the mining industry is modernizing, we are not leaving people behind. And by people, we are looking at communities. We are also looking at employees. How can we take communities and employees along the journey as the mining industry is modernizing? Then we have the Skills Accelerator, where we then take all the research that we do and convert it into programs, into courses for the capacity development of the industry, but also of society. So that's the Wits Mining Institute. Without much ado, let's move on to the outline for what we are going to be covering today. Next slide. I hope good. Thank you very much. So we are going to look at the objectives of today's session. Then we'll look at the brief background to critical minerals. Then we'll look at a few definitions to say, what do we mean by critical minerals? Because critical minerals could mean anything to anyone. So we want to have sort of a working definition that we can take away with us. Then the distribution of these critical minerals in the SADC region to say, where do we find them? And in what volumes or intensities. Then the risks associated with critical minerals. Sometimes we look at critical minerals as bringing opportunities, but the Chinese word for opportunity also looks at dangers and the risks at the same time. So where there is an opportunity, typically there is a danger. And we're also going to look at the critical agenda for the SADC region. Next slide, please. Okay, so after this session, hopefully we'll be able to achieve the following objectives: is to understand the background of current interest in critical minerals. Why is it that everyone is talking about critical minerals? We want to understand that, and also want to have a working definition of critical minerals so that we have common ground. When you say critical minerals, we know we are meaning or referring to the same thing. And we also want to understand critical minerals and their distribution in the SADC region so that when you are developing your own countries, you know where to find certain minerals. But because of time, we are not going to cover all the minerals, but at least to need to identify these critical minerals and where you can find them. And also to examine the importance of critical minerals to the world and implications for the SADC region, explore the risks faced in the critical minerals ecosystem, and finally, to look at a potential agenda for the SADC region. Next slide, please. What has happened in the next couple of years is the fact that the demand for these critical minerals it had doubled. By 2022, it had doubled for the preceding 5 years. So this is something that is alarming to say, why is this sudden increase in the demand for critical minerals? Next slide. It's because of some developments. The previous speaker spoke about some of those in terms of the climate catastrophes that we are experiencing. This slide it was taken from a picture on the 23rd of November last year in Johannesburg. There was a massive storm that destroyed buildings and disrupted traffic. I think those who were in South Africa, they remember very well that particular storm. But surprisingly, looks like that was the only storm and the only rainfall that we experienced for the entire season. And this is alarming. Because of that, we also have, if we move to the next slide, you realize that we also have storms on one end, but also have drought on the other hand. This is a picture from Zimbabwe, where there is massive drought, and it's not only Zimbabwe, but several other countries are experiencing drought. So these climatic inconsistencies where we have droughts, we have heat waves, we have floods, they are a result of global warming, which comes from the idea of the use of fossil fuels. If we move to the next slide, please, you realize that fossil fuels have been argued to be the #1 cause of global warming. So the world is now grappling with how can we reverse this global warming so as to save the climate. When I was growing up, I remember very well that we used to find fruits in the wild. We used to go and swim in the nearby rivers. I grew up in the rural areas in Zimbabwe. We used to swim in those rivers. But today, they are all dry. What's going on? How can we reverse this? This is where the idea of critical minerals comes in. Next slide. This is a lady, Rachel Carlson. Rachel Carlson was American biologist. She studied biology, she studied nature. So in 1954, she wrote a letter to the government of United States of America, where she was talking about the need to preserve our nature, the need for a balanced ecosystem. This is where she came up with this quotation, where this quotation was within that letter, which said, the real wealth of a nation lies in the resources of the earth. That is the soil, the water, the forests, the minerals, and wildlife. What she is saying in this quotation is to say there is need for a balanced ecosystem. So when we talk about minerals, we should not only talk about minerals, but let us also talk about when we're extracting those minerals, what does it mean to the soil? What does it mean to the water? When you look at the extraction, for example, when you're extracting lithium, there is massive usage of water. And as a result, in those communities where there is extraction of lithium, you realize that the water table goes down. The communities now, all of a sudden, they don't have water. So these play alongside. We have a biodiversity loss where animals, for instance, some of them, they are disrupted, how they operate, how they live, but they are important for a balanced ecosystem. So everything comes together when you talk about minerals. Let's move to the next slide, please. So what are minerals? As part of the wealth of a country, according to what Raquel said, minerals are at the center. But what are these minerals? Oftentimes we just talk about minerals, but we need to know that minerals can be exploitable, but they can also be non-exploitable. It's very, very possible that we have minerals in the community or in the country, but they cannot be exploited. So such minerals at the current point in time will not be beneficial to us because we cannot exploit them. The reason why sometimes we cannot exploit is because it's not economic to exploit them. It's so expensive because remember, when you're exploiting them, we need to use energy, we used to use labor and all that. So economic imperatives may make it impossible for us to exploit those resources. So we then say these are non-exploitable. Then exploitable are those that we can exploit right now because of the technology that we have. We can exploit them because it makes economic sense to exploit them. So those are very, very important concepts that we need to know as lawmakers, to say, when a mining company comes to you to present and they are talking about exploitable and unexploitable, what does this mean to us? Next slide, please. Then the other terms that are also important is a term called reserves. What are reserves? They are what are called reserves. They are also what are called non-resources, and then total resources. So reserves, these are known and currently exploitable deposits. So these are the deposits that are in your country. You know them, they are there, and you can exploit because you have the technology, because it's economic to do so. So we call those reserves. Then we also have what are known as the non-resources. Non-resources is a combination of the reserves as we defined earlier on, but we add to currently non-exploitable deposits. There are deposits that we have in our country, but currently we cannot exploit because of the technology or because it's expensive to do so. Then we have total resources. That's everything now, which is the non-resources plus deposits not yet discovered. They are part of our total resources. They are not yet discovered. When we discover them, they become part of, they move along the those definitions. Then the next slide. The other term also is the ore or ore body. What do we mean by ore? So these are some of the terms that we often hear. In the geological and mining sense, mineral deposit or mineral concentration from which a metal or a non-metal compound can be economically extracted at the present time. So that's your ore or the ore body. Good. Now let's move on to critical minerals. Now that we know what minerals are, let's move on to what are critical minerals. So from that definition, there are some important elements that can quickly alert you whether this is a critical mineral or not. Okay. So the first and foremost aspect is the fact that they are very valuable. They have value. So valuable in terms of their price. They are the price constituents element, but they are valuable. But at the same time, there is risk of supply disruption. So that's also a very important aspect of critical minerals. If there is no risk of disruption, then the criticality is depleted. So it's very, very important to know that, one, they are very valuable, but they are at risk of supply. This is why this terminology is typically used by the Western countries, because when they are looking at importing to them these critical minerals, they know that the supply can be disrupted anytime. So to them, that becomes very, very critical. So there's an element of supply disruption risk, but they are also deemed important based on the evaluator perspective. So in other words, each evaluator should have their own list of what they call critical minerals. But when we look at it in the SADC region, like the director for SARWA said, we don't have list of critical minerals. So when we gather to talk about critical minerals, what are we talking about? What exactly are we referring to? We don't have a reference point. So it's very, very important that we develop our own list of critical minerals, because they are critical because it's us who is seeing this critical. It's us who is seeing that they can be disrupted and one day we can be in trouble because they are valuable and important, but at risk of disruption. Let's move on. In terms of the global distribution of critical minerals, you realize that that map shows us the top producers of the global's top 18 critical minerals. There are several lists of critical minerals. Some have 30 something. China has their own, Canada, United States of America, but there are those that they have seen to be common. The 18 that are common to all these countries or all these lists. Where are they found? When you look at that map, you realize that China has quite a significant dominance in terms of the presence, although people often talk about China in terms of importing from other countries, but they also have in their country, they also have quite substantial amounts of critical minerals. But when we move on to Africa, you can realize that we also have a command of these critical minerals, because South Africa, especially when we combined it with Zimbabwe in terms of platinum, they have the world's largest deposits of platinum. Over 86% of the world's platinum is in South Africa and Zimbabwe. And then when you look at cobalt, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they are one of the top producing countries in the world of those 18 top. Of course, the issue of lithium also, Australia very strong there, but Zimbabwe is also coming up and actually in the top 5 in terms of the deposits of lithium in the world. Let's move on to the next slide. Zeroing in on the SADC region, you realize that several of these critical minerals are almost in all the countries in the SADC region. This list is not exhaustive, but I only tried to take some of the minerals to highlight the diversity of the critical minerals that we have in the SADC region. When you look at cobalt and tantalum in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and when you look at United Republic of Tanzania, where there's lots of cobalt and rare earth elements. Often when people talk about critical minerals, they forget about the so-called rare elements. The rare earth elements, these are very, very important because they are used for development of magnets. We cannot have energy transition if we don't have those magnets for the wind turbines, for the various technologies that we come up with. Rare earth elements are very, very important. So you realize that we do have them in Tanzania, but also have them in Angola, for instance. We also have that abundance of that. Then in Zambia, copper and cobalt, very much in abundance. In fact, copper contributes quite significantly to Zambia's economy. About 15% of all the people that are employed in Zambia, they're employed in copper. So copper is very, very important. 10% of their gross domestic product is coming from copper. So already you can see how critical minerals can play a key role in terms of transforming our economies. Then Namibia, in terms of lithium, very, very strong there. And even other countries such as Madagascar, such countries, they also have large deposits of these critical minerals. So they're almost everywhere in our countries in the SADC region. So that's in terms of the distribution. But like I said, we need a comprehensive list. These are just highlights of some of the critical minerals, but we need a comprehensive list. Let's move. And then in terms of understanding fully, in terms of the importance of these critical minerals, we can do that if we take a value chain approach to critical minerals. What does this value chain look like? We have downstream, we have downstream, we have midstream, we have upstream. Upstream is where the minerals come from, where we have geoscience and exploration. So those are the areas that we'll need to develop if we are to develop our critical minerals value chain. Then we have the mineral extraction, which is the mining process, which mostly people talk about. When they talk about critical minerals, they're only looking at mining, but let's think in terms of exploration. Let's think in terms of the extraction, of course. Then we have midstream, where we have intermediate processing. We have advanced manufacturing. We also have downstream, which looks at assembly and use of those products. But also let's look at the recycling also, so that those critical minerals can come back for further processing and recycling. This is important in terms of environmental maintenance. Moving on to some of the uses of these critical minerals. I've already spoken about the issue of Zambia and how copper is playing a critical role in terms of jobs. And we also have in terms of the green energy technologies, all the green energy technologies that you see is because of the critical minerals, specifically in terms of the batteries. If everything that you see has a battery, there's some cobalt there, there's some DRC there, there's some Angola there. In that phone that you are holding, there is DRC because they are the biggest producer of cobalt in the world. Then we also have electric vehicles also, as a way of transitioning to green energy. We are changing from vehicles that use fossil fuels to battery vehicles, and also all the gadgets, like I said. Then in terms of economic growth also, critical minerals play a very, very important role in terms of us achieving the sustainable development goals. And certainly goal number 7, which is affordable and clean energy, but also elimination of poverty, elimination of hunger, elimination of diseases that is good to health, for example. But apparently the irony is that in the SADC region, we have some of the poorest people in the world, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa and in the SADC region. And we are saying, can we use these critical minerals to transform that? Let's transform that. Next slide. Then in terms of other countries, what they are doing, if SADC we are not watching, look at what China is doing. China, this is just their lithium footprint in the world. They have attacked what we call the lithium triangle in in Southern America. The lithium triangle comprises Bolivia in the north there, then Chile and Argentina. Those are the biggest producers of lithium when combined in the region. Those are the three, what they call the lithium triangle. So through our research, we have also identified the African lithium triangle. When you look on the African map, the DRC, Zimbabwe, and Namibia, they constitute what we call the African triangle. Of course, we do have Mali there competing with Mexico in North America, but we also have our own lithium triangle in Africa. And how can we collaborate as the lithium triangle of Africa, for instance, of the SADC region, for instance, to make sure that we advance economic transformation in the region? Let's move on to the next slide. Then in terms of how is everyone in Africa? Why is everyone in Africa? When you look at there's a development of the Benguela Railway, linking Lobito Port in Angola, going through the DRC into Zambia, then up into Tanzania and to Dar es Salaam, which is the port. So this railway line is being developed. It has been under development for quite some time, but now there are renewed efforts to develop that link, especially the Lobito as part from the border of the DRC into Angola, to make sure that it's perfect. Why should it be perfect? So that these critical minerals can flow into the Atlantic Ocean and off they go. So this railway line is very, very important in the SADC region as it links the Indian Ocean and the
No?
Okay, thank you very much, and sorry about that. We're almost there. Oh, that's sorted. It's fine, I can proceed. Thank you. So I was talking about the Lobito Port connection through railway line to Dar es Salaam, and the question that we need to ask ourselves as the SADC region is to say, what is coming through those ports? What is coming through those ports into the SADC region? We know critical minerals will be leaving the SADC region into the Indian Ocean, but also into the Pacific, into the Atlantic rather, into the Atlantic Ocean. But what is coming through those ports is very, very important, and some of the questions that we need to be asking ourselves. Next slide. Okay, so in addition to the opportunities that we have from critical minerals, there are also some risks that are associated with these critical minerals, and these risks are into two. We do have what we call supply risks, which are the risks associated with the supply of these critical minerals, but we also have risks to do with community impacts. I'll start with the supply risks. These include the geopolitical risks. We have climate crisis, then technology risks. By technology risks, we are saying the technology can change at any time. For instance, we may have batteries that are powered by minerals such as nickel or manganese, and such things may change anytime. Lithium at the moment is quite popular, but when technology changes, it means there's a huge risk for those countries that have these resources. And then we also have natural disasters such as earthquakes and all that. Then also have economic risks such as price volatility. We need to know that these critical minerals, we are not going to enjoy them forever, because things change. The price can go down. Like right now, the prices for all the minerals is depressed, and that's a very significant risk in terms of how do we move forward from these critical minerals. Then we do have community impacts as well. So when we are doing mining in our countries, let us always remember that there are issues to do with dust, issues to do with noise, water scarcity, health hazards, degradation, as well as waste. Where does the waste go? When mining is happening, we know that in actual fact, we mine waste and collect minerals, because there's more waste than the minerals that we are looking for that are of value. So let's think about such issues, and also think in terms of after the mining, what's going to happen in terms of those dumps, but also those mine shafts in Zimbabwe. There are so many of those that are left because of chrome mining. In South Africa also, we have serious challenges even around Joburg in terms of abandoned and discontinued mines. So those are very, very serious challenges and major risks. Next slide, which is the critical agenda for the SADC region, and also very, very important for parliamentarians. As we conclude, let's look at what can we do. There is need for increased collaboration to develop a comprehensive critical minerals list. Other regional blocks, we have already spoken about the European Union, we have already spoken about other countries, Australia, Canada, China. They have already developed their lists of critical minerals. Please have an opportunity to go and look for those lists of critical minerals for different countries. They have also developed a number of strategies for critical minerals specifically, because as you can see, they are quite important, valuable, and can transform our economies. Then consider forming an OPEC-style green energy mineral exporting countries. For countries that do petroleum, they came up with what they call the OPEC, which is Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. Why don't we have this for green energy exporting countries? These are some of the initiatives that we can come up with, because these critical minerals are in the global south. That is to say, they are in the so-called less developed countries or emerging markets. Let us come up, because when we bring one voice together, then we can have a say, probably collaborate with other global south countries, like we spoke about the lithium triangle in South America. Why not collaborate with them? I have referenced a paper that I wrote with some colleagues in this presentation, where we propose in terms of a framework for such an initiative. Then develop partnerships to gain increased participation in the critical minerals value chain. I think one of the key issues that we are lacking is that we are exporting raw materials. When we are exporting raw materials, what it means, we are exporting our jobs, we are exporting all the benefits that come with value addition and beneficiation. So the argument is to say, let us focus on developing our value chains. We spoke about the mining value chain, but when we're exporting on raw materials, we are leaving money on the table, because when we export these minerals cheap, when we import the batteries, when we import the solar panels, they are very expensive, such that even those people in the communities where the minerals are coming from, they cannot afford to buy the solar panels. They cannot afford to buy solar batteries. Why? When the materials or the minerals for those are coming from our backyard, it doesn't make sense. So let us participate in the value chain, but it starts with us, the policymakers. It starts with us, the leadership in these countries. Then increase the research and development to create homegrown technological solutions. At the moment, when you look at investment in research, is very, very low in a number of African countries. And even when the global north are investing on research and development, very little of that investment is coming to the global south. And we are saying we need to be moving to a situation whereby investment in research and development is increased. Let's pay particular attention to research and development so that we come up with our own homegrown solutions to these challenges and to these uses of these critical minerals. Then the other issue is to fast-track talent development by leveraging ties with technologically advanced partners for own talent development through spillovers. So rather than exporting our minerals, why not send our own people to go and learn the technology, be it in China, for further processing of these minerals, for the technology that is required? Can we develop our own talent? Because what we lack in Africa is not labor. We have lots and lots of laborers, but what we lack is talent. And talent is different from labor. Talent takes time to develop, but labor, if you go outside right now, you can get a laborer, but talent takes time. Let us go through the painstaking process of developing our own talent as the SADC region, so that we have our own experts in different aspects of the critical minerals value chain. Then the other, to protect the dignity espoused by African Ubuntu, to foster brotherhood, sisterhood, solidarity, and protection of the weak, the vulnerable, and marginalized communities in the face of accelerated mining. There are fears that as critical minerals demand is doubling, tripling until we get to 2050, where we target to have total transition. By that time, we would have violated human rights, would have displaced a lot of people. Can we protect through our policies these people? Can we give them voice to amplify their concerns and their fears and their issues in these communities, the employees? As we are transitioning from coal, what is going to happen to people that are already relying on coal? I think there is a conversation about fossil fuels tomorrow or so, and I think those are some of the issues that will be discussed. Then create policies that foster sustainability in terms of economic sustainability, in terms of social sustainability, but also environmental sustainability. Because it's pointless for us to enjoy the fruits of the minerals if we are going to compromise the opportunities that the future generations are going to have. So very, very important to foster sustainability, and we can do this through the policies that we come up with, through the debates that we generate in the parliaments. Next, in conclusion, what I term the 4 T's for SADC transformation through critical minerals. These 4 T's, these are the important pillars that I think can sum up what we have spoken about. Number 1 is transformational value chains. So as long as we do not add value, then we are not going anywhere. Let us add value to our minerals. When investments come to develop those railway lines, let us think in terms of what value are we adding to the battery value chain, for example. Then the second aspect is technology. Let's fast track investment in technology. Technology is very, very important, because without technology, we can't go anywhere. Then there's talent development. That's another aspect. It's very, very important for us to develop talent. And then togetherness, which is unity and collaboration, also very, very important. We are happy with the developments between the DRC and Zambia to develop the battery plant. Also Tanzania and Angola, when you look at it in terms of that railway line, that fosters togetherness and unity within the region because we are depending on each other and together we are better. So that's very, very important. And then the SADC should take a leading role in energy transition agenda as it is blessed with the minerals which are critical for this transition. So let's take a very, very central role. Let us not be in the periphery of conversations around transition, but be at the center and inform decisions and the way forward, because we are blessed, as you saw, with these critical minerals. These are the references if you want to know more about that. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. We just wanted to see the next presenter if he's online because his presentation is quite short. So I think we can cover that before we go out for lunch. All right, I think he's online. So up next, we have a presentation from Mr. Ian Mwinga from the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. His presentation will focus on accountability in energy transition and mining of critical minerals. This topic will focus on the importance of the transparent governance and accountability in the energy and mining sectors within the context of energy transition and mining of critical minerals. Mr. Mwinga, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Greetings from Lusaka. And I also appreciate for inviting me to share some of the work we are doing in the extractive industry in Zambia. As you probably might know, some of you, the EITI is implemented across 57 jurisdictions that are rich in minerals, oil, gas, and in some instances, countries that are rich in forestry. We also have countries that disclose payments related to fisheries. And here I'm talking about countries like the Seychelles that have a blue economy. Rachel, if I can just go to the next slide, please. So I've tried to weave my intervention around those areas. But I think at the core of it all, for me, my role would be to highlight some of the risks that participants, especially you parliamentarians, should be aware of in this space. As you know for a fact that a lot of jurisdictions in Africa have been mining for many years. If we take, for instance, the case of Zambia, we've been mining for over 100 years. But then what is new now that we are talking about critical minerals? And that is the focus of my discussion. I'll move on to the next slide. So just in brief, really brief, the EITI is woven around, if you like, three stakeholders broadly. So you have companies within there, you have governments, and also civil society. So the role of government is to disclose what they claim to have received from the extractive industry. And please forgive me, I'll have a bias towards mining because Zambia is a mining jurisdiction. But principally, I think what I'll be referring to broadly will be around extractives. So governments will disclose that information, tax information. If you look at your payments, your revenue authorities, your payments for countries that have got state-owned enterprise, that have an equity position in the mining sector. So you look at dividends, price participation fees, and so on and so forth. But also, most importantly, what is disclosed are non-tax payments. So these are payments that are typically paid to the local authorities. In the case of Zambia, you have property rates and annual business fees that are paid by mining companies to the local authorities. Invariably also, companies also disclose what they claim to have paid. And then also civil society comes into as a watchdog, if you like. But I think the question that we always need to ask ourselves is, are the payments that are paid to governments what should be paid? And I think you will see down in my presentation some of those risks. You know, we have issues around, I know countries like Zimbabwe and Namibia are now talking about lithium. To what extent have we addressed our minds to issues around the cost structure of those assets that we want to exploit? But also, I think what is more important is the issue around reserves. How much reserves do we have? Have we done our geological survey? Have we quantified the volumes and values in terms of what we have to crowd in the appropriate investment? And I think I'll go to the next slide, Rachel. So our work principally is woven around what you see on the screen there, which is principally the mineral value chain. You may wish to know that I think most jurisdictions in Africa talk about supply chains. We've had supply chains for centuries, for a long time. But now increasingly in this space of critical minerals, we hear a lot about value chains. What are these value chains? And so our work starts with your exploration. You need to understand the size, the quality of your geology. How much resource do you have there? In mining, it is all good to talk about resources, but at what point do you actually put a threshold to say, this is the quantity that can be mined economically? But then also importantly is that the mineral economics is not a linear relationship. You know for a fact that a few years ago, for most jurisdictions, especially copper mining jurisdictions, the copper prices were actually on the floor. But now we are talking about $10,000 per ton. If you are talking about nickel, nickel is close to 20,000 plus a ton. Cobalt, close to 30,000 a ton. So you will see that over time, the economics of minerals actually they go up and down. So at geology, you need to know where the cutoff grade is, and then further on forecast in terms of what will be the trend in the next 5-10 years or thereabout. The next important thing I wish to address my mind to is around licenses. And in some jurisdictions, you do have contracts. So the question that we always ask in this space is that, who actually owns these licenses or contracts? Do we know the beneficial owners? Now, I'm not talking about your legal owners, neither am I talking about your shareholders. I am talking about bone and flesh, human beings behind these enterprises. When I go to production, we look at it from two fronts. You need to establish what is the volume of what is produced and what is the value. Now, it sounds all easy to talk about these things, but can you imagine how would you value a mineral that is produced, for example, tin, or a mineral that has no reference market? How do you value that? So that brings in issues around the capacity of government to be able to qualitatively and also quantitatively value these minerals. Because you know that some of the minerals, they are sold in bulk, but as they are processed downstream through the value chains, they become interestingly in terms of qualitatively. A good example is talc. Talc, you can mine it in bulk, but as you process it to make your floor tiles, it becomes a different valuation. So the other bit that I'll quickly look at is the issue around revenue collection. Do we have mechanisms within this space of critical minerals to be able to collect the revenue? Now, I'm not talking about corruptly stolen revenue leakages, systems that are able to collect, the revenue optimally. How our border posts actually structured to be able to determine that if I'm exporting cobalt, indeed I'm exporting cobalt. Note that I'm saying, in our work in the EITI, there are jurisdictions where you find that an exporter will be declaring that they are exporting silica, sand. But when you do your mineral valuations at the border post, if you have the equipment, you find that it's lithium ore. So to what extent are our governments actually up to scratch to be able to detect and collect the appropriate revenue? Quickly, in terms of revenue allocation, I know that the most easy thing to do mostly is to attach, to earmark the revenue. But again, we also need to be mindful that wherever extraction is happening, there's also a demand to demonstrate value for that process. And I think colleagues in the colored gem space, like emeralds, amethysts, there's a metric now that they actually publish called the G factor. The G factor essentially shows you how much of the value the asset that is operating in that community is retaining in that community. And I think in most jurisdictions, you hear a term royalty sharing mechanism or mineral sharing mechanism. How do we have those structured? Because remember that for any viable operation to actually succeed in a community, it needs to demonstrate a social license to operate. The other aspect that I'll quickly address my mind to is an aspect around corporate social investment, CSI, or corporate social responsibility. You may wish to know that most companies that operate in these communities, they actually conduct corporate social investments. But have we looked at or reconciled what amounts are disclosed and what is actually exactly being implemented on the ground? This information is not secret, it's public. You can look up this information and see whether the numbers that are disclosed by these companies actually tally with what is actually on the ground. I'll later on touch on issues around ESG, which is the environment, the social, and the governance side. Because you will note that in this space of critical minerals, there are various standards that minerals that are produced from our jurisdiction here need to meet. For example, if you are to export cobalt or copper or nickel to the EU, what standards should it meet? Should it it needs to be compliant in terms of the environmental issues, whether during mining there was good stewardship in terms of the environment. And then also, when you look at the socials, which is your S, was the mining done by children who are underage? However, the S is actually quite controversial because it's a conundrum. You know, in this part of the world, we have child-headed homes. How do you deal with that reality? Because those children that are heading those homes, they need to earn an income for their households. So how do you deal with the S in order for you to comply with the standards? And then the G, which is a big one, the governance. You have issues around corruption, issues around integrity. How do you deal with those issues in a way, whether it's during mining or whether it's during ownership itself, conflict of interest, or whether it's during the allocation of mining rights? So broadly, that's sort of the picture that I wish to paint. In the next slide, Rachel, if we can move. So I will be doing myself a disservice if I do not create sort of a basis for the discussion. I am looking at mining from broadly two issues. You will realize that in mining, there are broadly two metal classification. You have ferrous metals. Generally, these contain iron. And then the non-ferrous, you've got precious metals, which would be your emeralds, your gold, and everything. And then the base metals, your copper, your cobalt, and then others. There in the others, we can also add industrial minerals. You know for a fact that I mentioned earlier on the issue of talc, for example, where that mineral, which is an industrial mineral, can be transformed to actually build floor tiles. If we move to the next slide, Rachel. So briefly also, I think it's in this space, we ought to be aware of some of the risks that we need to be aware of before the actual mining actually takes place. And the first risk that I wish to highlight is around the financing risk. And this risk actually ties back to aspects related to the resource benefits. For example, equity positions. We have state-owned enterprises that, publicly, hold public stake in these assets. And I know that in other jurisdictions, the role of state-owned enterprise is actually frowned upon. It is very talked of as resource nationalism. And I think this is an area that you members of parliament need to address, because there are instances, if you look at the models in which some of the SOEs, and I'll give examples of SOEs that we have in this region. We have ZCCM-IH in Zambia, we have Jekamin in DRC, we have Sonango in Angola, and many others. How do you structure your involvement in the mining sector? Remember that private capital is very wary of free carry interest. The question is, what are you bringing to the fore? Is it enough that you're going to say that you're going to bring your minerals as your equity to the asset, to the investment? So what percentage of free carried interest do you as sovereigns need to negotiate? I know that there are certain jurisdictions now that have faced a lot of pushback in terms of deployment of this investment, because the free carried interest is very high, according to the investors. So there's this aspect that you need to be aware of. And then the permitting risk. And this is the risk associated with your licenses, your contracts. How long does it take to actually, have a license? So now this also ties back, if you remember very well at the beginning, is that how easy is it for an investor, for example, to acquire a mining right? Can I simply go on the cadastre portal do a search and be able to identify an area that I'm interested in without any encumbrances, without needing to talk to anybody, an intermediary, thereby heightening the risk of corruption, I dare say. Then also, in terms of these permits, how resourced are these tenements? What sort of information is on those licenses? If I'm an investor, I'm sitting wherever, in the north, in any jurisdiction, would I have a clear picture in terms of what sort of package I'm pursuing? So that speaks to the issue and the role of the geological survey. How resourced our geological surveys, how organized our mining cadasters, how transparent are they, how accountable are they? And I think I've also touched briefly around the geological risk, the issues around the grades. I know it's all good to talk about having lithium or nickel or cobalt and copper in this region, but what are the grades? I just mentioned earlier on that we have been mining for over 100 years. How are our grades now? What is the depth of our mines at the moment? Are they still economical to attract a similar investment? How is the technology that we should be attracting into this space? And then you've got the metallurgical risk, which looks at your recovery rates, the cutoff grades. Where do you actually draw the line? I know that in most jurisdictions, after, for example, you process your copper, the byproduct, which are your slimes and many others, are variously called as waste. But have you ever taken chance to look at the cost of that so-called waste? So the proposition could be, and this is probably one of the things to think about, is that as a region, as a SADC region, couldn't we begin to think about regional processing plants that would process that quote unquote waste on a toll treatment basis, where whichever mine has this waste in whatever form can actually bring it to this refinery with the latest technology that can further recover the minerals. Remember that most of our jurisdictions now, we are talking about tailings dams. These are very huge mountains which accumulated over time when we didn't have very good technology. But suddenly the technology has changed. These tailing dams have become extremely valuable. And I'm wondering if there's anybody who has taken time to actually look at the value of those tailings dams. I dare say again that some of those tailings dams are even more valuable than the new mines that are coming online. The next one is around country risk, and I think this one is pretty straightforward. I think the Fraser Institute does an evaluation around how do we manage our country risk, issues around corruption, political stability. It's interesting that we are having this meeting when literally the whole of SADC is awash with elections. We've had elections last year. We have major elections this year and next year and the years to come. So how are we managing the politics around those elections to ensure that our country risk profile is actually favorable? Next slide, please. Yeah, so I just add through in this slide, really, for individuals, when you are reading your mineral audit reports, what are some of the terms that you need to look out for? If you find terms like inferred resources, this is what it means. Indicated resources, measured resources. So in short, literally, what I'm trying to bring out here is that these resources are in categories. Sometimes you might think that we have this resource, but I think we need to put in a little bit of investment to actually ascertain exactly what we have on the ground before we begin to actually raise expectations. Next slide. Yeah, so now this is the detailed structure of what I briefly talked about at the beginning. So I will sort of, try to predicate this slide around some of the risks that are inherent at each stage of the mineral value chain. And I'll begin with licensing. So in this space of critical minerals, I dare say that these risks have actually been amplified. It is the same old game, but the way the game is going to be played is different. Why? Because there is a lot of heightened interest in this region, the SADC region, because of the resource endowment around critical minerals that we have, or at least believe to have. Remember that for us on this part of the world, these minerals are called critical minerals because they are critical for our development. Others in other jurisdictions, they talk about strategic minerals because they are strategic either for their energy or security reasons. So it's very important to understand which side of the coin you're actually standing. And I'll start with licensing. I think one of the things that we have predominantly seen, the risks that we have seen in this space is around the bidding, the licensing allocation, that is for licenses. And also when you have contracts, how transparent is this process in terms of award? You know, whether if you have bids, how are the bids conducted? Is it first in, first out? The issues around, conflict of interest disclosure. For example, I imagine that the majority of the participants politicians. So I always ask the question is that, what if a politician wants to acquire a mining right? Do you go through the same process as everybody does? If you have to go through that process, what safeguards are in place to ensure that you are not accused of unduly influencing the process? Do we have procedures around conflict of interest? Do we have procedures around disclosure of beneficial ownership? And then also, by extension, tying that to also issues around the disclosure of assets. How do we account for what we bring when we actually decide to engage in this? So it is very critical that at licensing, the level and amount of transparency is actually heightened. Because if this is not done as a priority, the subsequent stages in the value chain will actually, get encumbered, if you like. The issues around contracts. In Zambia, I think contracts were cancelled. Now we are operating under the licensing regime, predominantly because of the complexities surrounding contracts. You can imagine you have in a sector 20, 30 different contracts to manage, each with its own terms, with different, concessions in some instances and incentives. So you can imagine the risk that you run into, bearing in mind that our minerals ministries or petroleum ministries, they are not legal entities. They are not legal entities per se, but they don't have the legal capacity to be able to engage with these multinational organizations that are coming in this space. So already, I think the point to be had here is we need to carefully choose the regime that is going to help us to manage the risks that are around permitting, whether it's licensing, whether it's contracts. If you look at the issue of beneficial ownership, and I think the beneficial ownership transparency issue is actually very, very broad. It also captures the financial services sector. But I think what is key under here is to identify what sort of investment we are crowding in. Is it investment that is above board? Is it investment that is tainted? How do we ensure that we actually weed out the investment that that is not required? The next bit, SOE, there are issues around subsidiary oversight, the investment plans and investment strategies that these SOEs have. To what extent have we addressed our minds to reposition our state-owned enterprises in this new reality? Of course, various, if not all, state-owned enterprises are actually predicated on a dividend model, whereby they just sit and wait for companies where they invested to declare the profits and therefore, get the dividends. But you may wish to know that in this space, not everybody is actually declaring profits. And when there's no profit that is declared, then the dividends are not coming. So you have a problem in terms of gaining value. I'll quickly jump to the other slide, Rachel, if I may. Yeah, so I'll just focus here briefly in the interest of time, the issue around subnational payments. And this is a very huge space to look out for. Remember that the subnational payments, usually, these payments sometimes are paid directly to the local authority. A good example I'll give is, for example, from Zambia. We have mines operating in the northwestern province. These are copper assets. Their contribution to a local authority is, for last year, I think it was about 63 million kwacha. To put this into context, Constituent Development Fund currently is slightly before 30 million, below 30 million kwacha. Now, a company contributed double that amount to a local authority. You can imagine if the systems at that level are not up to scratch, the risk immediately, becomes heightened. And with the discovery of these new minerals, the critical minerals, I suspect that is going to be quite high. The other extreme end, in manganese producing regions, what you tend to see is that because these local authorities were not prepared as mining entities, well, to interface with the mining operations, they still have systems that quantitatively value the minerals that are actually produced from there. First of all, you don't have way bridges. All you have is a boom across the road, and you quantitatively value a truck that is driving through carrying probably 20 tons of manganese. You just say, okay, fine, this is 20 tons, therefore, it will pay quantitatively. Whereas if we were able to value those minerals that are leaving those jurisdictions qualitatively, I think a lot of value would have remained in those jurisdictions. I can move to the next slide, please. The next one again. Yeah, so just to briefly delve into the issue of beneficial ownership, because this is one of the areas that is quite critical in the extractive sector. You may wish to know that, as already indicated, beneficial ownership really looks at the bone and flesh, the individuals that are actually behind these assets. Now, control could either be direct or indirect, but then what is also of interest maybe for this gathering is the issues around politically exposed individuals. In the EITI space, the demand is that the disclosure of beneficial owners, politically exposed individuals, has a zero threshold. This means that if, as a PEP, now PEP is defined in various ways, but generally, a PEP, a politically influential person, is a person who is of a certain standing, either in government or, but largely in government. We shouldn't confuse this with a politician. It could be a director, it could be an army person, and the immediate family. So the idea is that if you have an interest in a mining rights, your interest needs to be disclosed. And in the case of Zambia, I know that the companies incorporation register does collect that information. In Nigeria, that register is actually public. In DRC, it is the same case. And I think other jurisdictions collect this information through their financial intelligence units, the FIUs. So this is an area that you need to focus on how this can be used as a driver to bring into crowd-in credible investment, but also at the same time as a tool that can be used to have oversight in this sector. If we just go to the next slide, Rachel. So I mentioned about controlling. So controlling could be through ownership of shares, voting rights, nominees, trusts, and joint ventures. So the individuals behind these could exert their control using these instruments. Next slide, please. Next again. Yeah, so this is sort of a graphical depiction. You will see that what we see in our jurisdictions is the very bottom layer, which is company A, company A, company A. The parts above there, in most instances, they are generally not domiciled in our jurisdictions. And so the question that we actually often ask is that, how do you ensure that the sovereigns, the countries that own these resources are able to actually gain value from these investments that are coming in? But then also, most importantly, it's critical to know who actually bears the risk of these investments. Should anything go wrong, either in terms of the environment or any other, who actually bears the risk? And therefore, that is the reason, the proposition why we actually invite or require the disclosure of beneficial ownership. You can see, for example, from example 1, that's a simple way, a beneficial ownership 1 and beneficial ownership person 2, they could each own 50% in company A. In example 2, you can see that the ultimate beneficial owner on the top could own 100% through company C and B and ultimately through A. The third scenario, which is slightly complex, the BO on top can own directly 20% into A and then own those percentages through company C and B. So you can see already that if you are not able to see the top part of the structure, it is virtually impossible to actually know whom and where to actually allocate risk and also in some instances deploy your tax instrument. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so to tie it all together, we have a few issues that we need to consider in terms of the energy transition. So when we do decide to extract as sovereigns, the first thing that we need to look at, and which is literally, I think, of utmost importance, is the issue of information asymmetry. How much of our sovereigns do they have control of these extractive operations? I know that for the EITI, because it's a global requirement, we have access to a lot of this information, either locally or internationally. But it is not so the case if you go to a government department. For example, the reporting of mining costs. How are these costs reported? Is there a mechanism to verify that what was paid in taxes is what should have been paid, which is your second derivatives? We also have information on, for example, commodity traders. We have commodity traders in this space that report on their emissions as part of their responsible sourcing. Where do you get this information? So the key issue around this aspect, before we decide to extract, how do we structure our relationship in terms of information sharing? and how is the information supposed to be shared. You will be amazed that certain companies, if you ask them for information, they'll tell you, look, we don't have this information here, it's with HQ. So how do we ensure that our sovereigns are able to access that, that information? The other big thing is around community consultations. I wouldn't assume this is the case for everywhere, but in most jurisdictions, the role of traditional leadership is actually very crucial. And this, if not managed properly, could essentially impede on the license to operate. So consultations of communities is absolutely important. And that is why earlier on, I mentioned of another metric that we are also disclosing, which is called the G factor. You can find it on our website, which literally looks at the contribution of the asset to the community and not to the national treasury. So this is very, very useful. The other bit in terms of really getting a good deal out of this investment, we have severally heard in this space what are known as fast-tracked licenses. Now, these are licenses that are provided with very minimal due diligence conducted. Whether that is done as a part of a deviation to the law is another issue. But literally, I think as parliamentarians, you need to address your mind to these issues around fast-tracked licenses. And I dare say also extend this conversation also to the energy sector now. We have a drought in this region. How are power purchase agreements signed? Is the due diligence process really done thoroughly? What are the terms of the power purchase agreements that are being signed? In other jurisdictions, if you look at the debt profile of some of these countries, power is nearly 50% of that debt burden. So is it time that we also address our minds to those agreements that are signed outside the traditional extractive sector, but they have a bearing on the extractive sector? What happens, for example, when a mining company invests in its own power generation supply, and then they have to sell back the power to the grid? Are there any incentives that are provided? On what basis are those incentives provided? I'll quickly move on to the issue around the governance of the state-owned enterprises, corporate governance of SOEs. How are the boards constituted? Who actually decides where to invest what? Because remember that the money that is paid to, whether it's JCAMIN, whether it's SCCMIH, whether it's Sonango, Stamico in Tanzania, is actually public finance, is public funds. So how do we ensure that these funds are actually properly accounted for? There's no abuse. There are no quasi-fiscal expenditures, meaning expenditures that are actually done off budget, but done through SOEs. How do we ensure that we have, that oversight? Something also of interest that is an issue around local content. I know that this is a hot issue in certain jurisdictions of how the local communities, the local citizens should and be accorded an opportunity to participate in this mining sector or petroleum sector. So how do we structure our local content laws without stifling investment? I know that we've had a long-standing issue around lack of local capacity. When are we going to build that capacity? But then also at the same time, we need to recognize that, for example, if a company buys a piece of equipment for $20, $50 million, that equipment could be under warranty. How do we deal with issues where equipment that is that expensive is under warranty, therefore it's supposed to be serviced by a manufacturer who is outside our jurisdiction? So I suppose the issue here that we need to address our minds is how do we balance between supply chains and value chains? bearing in mind that, you know, the resources are within the jurisdiction. Just to put this quickly, as I wind up, into context, in Zambia in 2022, we produced about close to 700,000 metric tons of copper. Now, out of that, only 350,000 tons of copper was processed, was refined into cathodes. Out of that 350 number, only 20,000 was consumed locally by industries. So now, if you're talking about value chains, we need to also address our minds in terms of inputs. If you have industries that are going to set up here, for example, in Zambia or in the SADC region, where are they going to get the inputs? Remember that most companies now, the financing models that they have are predicated on pre-financing, where they have long-term contracts with their financiers, where they get capital invested, and then in the end, they repay using commodities. So how do we address that balance in terms of really ensuring that the resources that are mined, the lithium, the cobalt, the copper, the nickel, is actually consumed in this part of the jurisdiction? I think there's one more slide, Rachel, which literally points to what I talked about at the beginning. I think with that, I'll leave it at that and invite any questions. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Muinga. Honorable members, we're going to break for lunch break, which is going to be an hour, and we're going to resume at 2:30. And we're going to take the questions then. House adjourned. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just checking if I'm audible.
Welcome back, honorable members. May I call the meeting to order? Welcome back, honorable members. We'll now have the presentation from Ms. Sarah Ahmed, Resilient Power Systems in the Poly-Crisis Era. The session will delve into the current trends shaping the power sector, with a specific focus on renewable energies, renewables, fossil fuels, and power storage. It will offer a valuable insight into resilient power systems, highlighting their importance in ensuring stable and reliable energy supply. Additionally, the session will explore strategies for unlocking the vast potential of domestic renewable energy resources, offering perspectives on how to harness these resources to promote sustainable development and energy independence. I now give the floor to Ms. Sarah Ahmed, who is joining us online. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just checking if I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Excellencies, members of parliament, and the secretariat, thank you so much for inviting me. I'll do a quick presentation. So the Climate Vulnerable Forum and the V20 members comprise of 68 economies representing a population of 1.74 billion people. And the CVF V20 have 28 African member states and 7 members from Southern Africa. And if we go to the next slide, before beginning, I would like to highlight that in 2023, the private sector collected $68 billion more in interest and principal repayments than it lent to the developing world. International financial institutions and assistance agencies extracted another $40 billion, while net concessional assistance from international financial institutions was only $2 billion. The result is that as developing economies make exorbitant interest payments to their creditors, they are forced to cut spending on health, education, and infrastructure at home, including the power sector. So I start with this because it's important to highlight that we are in one of the most challenging financial situations of our time, but also we can course correct this with strong voices from climate vulnerable countries, including parliamentarians, on the financial reform agenda and the country platform approach, which the G20 presidency of Brazil is spearheading before passing on the G20 baton to South Africa next year. And so on the next slide, just want to share that I've broken my presentation into 3 parts. The first part will give updates on the latest power trends. The second part will give an overview of a resilient power system. And then the third part will have perspectives on green industrial policy. So on the next slide here, I will share 4 major topics. So trends on liquefied natural gas, LNG markets, carbon capture and storage technologies, nuclear, small modular reactors, and renewables and storage trends. On the next slide, so many of you know that in the wake of the Russian and Ukraine conflict, fossil fuel prices globally skyrocketed. LNG prices were extremely volatile due to Europe's switch from Russian pipeline gas to pulling LNG shipments off the water. Markets have since calmed down. We're seeing prices start to come back to pre-2021 levels, and that's due to declining demand in major importing regions of Northeast Asia and Europe, both of which are pursuing energy diversification strategies away from LNG to shore up more secure, less volatile, and self-sufficient energy sources. So at the same time as as demand is declining, the high prices in 2022 actually incentivized a huge flood of supply. Most of it is coming from the United States and Qatar, coming online in 2026. And this presents a very serious risk for oversupply, because if oversupply enters, the prices will fall. Suppliers may not see their anticipated return on investment. So overall, we now see oversupply with financial risks for exporters. But on the other side of this, there's an expectation of low prices. However, LNG is very volatile. And so it's very difficult for energy planners in importing markets to make plans around this because, as we know, very expensive electricity reduces growth prospects for the entire economy and their people. And if we go to the next slide, I'll now turn to carbon capture and storage. So despite carbon capture storage, known as CCS, being a 50-year-old technology that's designed to capture carbon dioxide from point sources, then store this emissions underground, it has a very poor track record of capturing the amount of emissions it claims. On the next slide shows an image quite clearly of what the industry claims, which is at 95% or higher of capture rates. But upon monitoring and evaluation, the capture rates tend to be much lower. So there's a clear kind of credibility risk here for CCS technologies. And if we add costs, for example, for coal, if we use CCS technology, it'll add about $100 to $150 US dollars per ton of CO2 captured. And this is very expensive for consumers and industry. But more importantly, what we've seen is that these costs aren't really coming down the way we see for renewables and storage. And if we go to the next slide, I'll share a bit on the nuclear, new type of nuclear, which is small modular reactors known as SMRs. So SMRs are nuclear facilities around 300 megawatts versus the usual larger nuclear, which is thousands of megawatts. And the key here is that SMR technologies, despite the global hype, are very, very new without validation. Developers continue to claim that SMRs can be put together and be operationalized in 3 to 4 years. But in fact, the average timeline for nuclear facilities tend to be more than 10 years. And we have yet to see the SMRs come online because they're currently facing cost overruns and delays. The chart here shows the cost increases for a US-based project. It was claiming capital costs of under $10,000 per kilowatt hour in 2015. And now 8 years later, the costs have more than doubled. And so the project was canceled because buyers were unwilling to pay the higher prices, and rightly so. And on the next slide, we look at the levelized cost over time of, and we see that solar PV and storage providing baseload capacity tend to be coming down and tend to be significantly cheaper than SMR technologies. And then on the next slide, it shows the staggering growth of investments in battery storage technologies. Energy storage deployment in developing and emerging markets are expected to show significant growth of 40% annually over the next decade, which would bring total energy storage to around 80 gigawatts. So that's quite massive. And the nuclear industry appears to be in standstill compared to the staggering flow of money into batteries. And if we go to the next slide, I'll just quickly share about the battery costs. The chart on the right shows that, yes, there was an increase in battery prices right after the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but in 2023, prices decline and picks up right where they left off. So they're declining at about 10% per year. So on the next slide, with the technology and the cost data where it is, the question is, what is the impediment to this transition? Well, one of the largest financial obstacles is fossil fuel subsidies, which amounted to $7 trillion in 2022 and likely will reach around $8 trillion per year by 2030. We have an opportunity here, though, where some of these subsidies could be redirected to better support consumers and industry for more secure and affordable power. Over to the next slide, I'm going to give an overview of a resilient power system. But before that, I want to share on the next slide the four-sided risks around a fossil fuel powered system. So one is inflexibility. As we see, fossil fuel contracts have locked in inflexible capacity payments with a minimum energy offtake. So this pushes up prices when there's a shift in demand or when we have power outages, because basically the consumers are paying for the power whether or not they receive the power. And so there is no incentive to reduce costs. On the second point is around system lock-in. imported fossil fuel options result in large-scale system lock-in. And this is because of the support structure that's required. So nothing around fossil fuels is incremental. It's a huge decision, and it needs scale to succeed. So, for example, natural gas requires large infrastructure investment, and they will require and demand for the same capital recovery guarantees from consumers as coal and oil receive. The third point is around price instability and high prices. So standard contracts stipulate that fuel cost adjustments charged to consumers are indexed against the commodity price benchmark. So this means that consumers with the least ability to manage price risk are left paying for all of it. And the fourth point is around negative effects on trade balance and unfair risk sharing. So for an importing country, importing fossil fuels has significant stress on their trade balance. And then for exporting countries, we see that they're quite exposed to volatility. And so there's a lot of risk that governments will then take on. And so it's important that we find ways to give guidance on options that can reduce this risk exposure. Now on to the next slide, where I'll share the benefits around the transition that addresses the four risks that I had highlighted in the last slide. So one is around flexibility. Renewable energy contracts have more financial arrangements or have more flexible financial arrangements because the payment is based on the electricity that you deliver, so the electricity that you actually use, instead of capacity payments. So moreover, if we have a modernized grid with storage, it can then take advantage of low-cost renewable energy while providing some system flexibility. Modularity is important as well. Moving power from one end through a high voltage line in one direction towards low voltage wires eventually leads to access issues and reliability issues. So it would be beneficial to build modular renewable energy, so mini or microgrids that are connected and storage systems to cope with incremental capacity needs, but also to reach electrification targets. On price stability and cost competitiveness, reduced or even zero imports for fossil fuels would insulate the economy from the ups and downs of the volatile commodity markets, providing valuable price stability while positively contributing to a positive balance of payment. So this is relevant given the falling cost of renewable energy generation. And then for exporters, this means less contingent risk on the sovereign balance sheet. And instead they could focus much of that resource to other parts of the supply chain, such as storage or diversifying the export base, where more value is retained in countries. The last benefit is around job opportunities. So a near-term boost to the economy could include modernizing energy infrastructure to drive job growth, which includes transmission line upgrades, domestic renewable energy, operating storage. So there's quite a lot of benefits. And the next slide just shows a graphic on the improvement of the quality of jobs with reskilling opportunities. And there can also be significant losses averted from power outages. So on the next slide, I want to discuss specifics. So what can contribute to a resilient power system? So four things. One is the flow of electricity should be a two-way street. So a two-way street means industry and households can generate power, but they can also buy power. The second is price discovery is really important, and this can be done through real-time data on the price of power. Third is transparent protocols. So at the moment, much of the protocols are not necessarily transparent, and so it's tough to identify where underperformance is and how it can be corrected. So this transparency is good so that underperformance can be corrected, and two, the performance can be celebrated for doing a good job. And the fourth is the use of smart technology to diagnose, record, and fix the system so that the downtime isn't too long. We can use technology to speed up the way we make our assessments and thus fix the grid. On the next slide, these four elements are useful or a good way to complement four areas that can drive investments. And so these four areas that would be useful is one, technology partnerships. That's so that battery storage, grids, renewable energy, all of this could be accessible for countries where also maybe some of the components could be manufactured in home country. The second is project preparation. The third is cost of capital. Interest rates are so high these days, and so there are ways where we could work with the financial system, the multilateral development banks, the regional development banks for credit strengthening, local currency financing, and long-term 25 to 40-year low interest loans. And the fourth element would be to shift fossil fuel subsidies to build and operate resilient grids, storage, and directly support end consumers to incentivize the transition. On the next slide, I want to share some perspective on the green industrial policy as a way to unlock renewable energy wealth. On the next slide, so the aim of this policy is to accelerate development while tackling issues of environment, biodiversity, climate challenges. And the way to do that could be through structural transformation, shifting from a climate vulnerable scenario towards a prosperity scenario. So in other words, using climate action as a way to bring the development agenda forward. And this could be done through the energy transition to revitalize manufacturing and create green jobs. So on the next slide, I'll take the opportunity to share about the climate prosperity plans of the Climate Vulnerable Forum and V20, where these plans have development positive programs and pipelines with an attached macro model, a power system model, and green industrial policy recommendations. So far, 3 countries have completed these plans, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Ghana. And they've so far attracted more than $10 billion to date. And now there are around 7 countries in process to complete the plans. On the next slide, I share the example of Bangladesh, specifically where they raised around $500 million 500 megawatts of offshore wind, around $1.4 billion through their climate prosperity plan. And the hope is to try to do more of these plans in order to attract more near-term investments, given that there's a lot that we need to do before the 2030 comes through. And I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, presenters. We'll now have reactions and reflections from the floor, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Darlington Muyaba to ensure that we adequately capture the role of Parliament in promoting transparency and accountability in energy transition and critical minerals. I would like to invite Darlington Muyaba to the podium, please. Our moderator for the afternoon. Thank you. Honorable members, just to add that the presenters that are online, that presented online, they're online to answer to any interventions that may come. And also the ones that presented here, they're with us in the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you so much, Chair. So my task is really to allow us to process and have questions for clarity, but more importantly, to map up what role we can play as members of Parliament, given the presentations that have been delivered, which are very interconnected to issues of energy transition, as well as the utilization of critical minerals, to which most of our countries in the region have these critical minerals. So what role can we play as parliamentarians to ensure maximum benefit of the potential that these minerals present to us, but more importantly for us to transition into cleaner sources of energy? I will open up and maybe kindly indicate that Dr. Klaba, will be leaving us soon. So if there are any questions that are specific to her presentation, maybe we could start with those and then move to the other presenters. So allow me to open up and get a round of questions, and then we'll allow our presenters to answer to any questions. Thank you. I acknowledge Zambia. All right, you can go ahead, Honorable.
Did I hear Zambia, Honorable Chair? Honorable Chair.
Zambia physically, we have observers in the house. Sorry, Honorable. It's Zambia physically. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Binwe Mpundu. I am an independent member of parliament from the Parliament of Zambia. Mine is not a question, but I just thought I could just give a little remarks over the presentation that was made by Dr. Nelson in regards to the critical minerals. Moderator, I have been privileged to have attended, joint parliamentary assemblies between the European Union and the OACP, the African, Pacific, and Caribbean countries. And the last couple of conversations have been around, critical raw materials and how the European Union is positioning itself to leverage on these, critical minerals. And obviously, when we talk about critical minerals in this case, we are talking about those that are crucial in the energy transition. Now, for me, Chair, my observation, you wish to know, I feel we haven't gotten the mix. There's a serious disjoint, moderator, and efforts are not concerted between these parliamentary organizations and our governments. We could be having a conversation here, but the councils of ministers are having a different conversation. My experience when I was in Brussels and we were having a conversation on critical raw materials, and the Africans, Caribbeans, and Pacific countries were agreeing to have a common voice on this issue, namely that no country, no African country, no Pacific country should be allowed or should export these critical raw materials in their raw form. Not realizing that in my own country, the European representatives were having a conversation which we were not even aware of. So until we have, concerted efforts between parliaments and our actual government, we will continue to miss this point, Chair. And so for me, I think that, like, quoted from Rachel, I want to just get the specific quote from Rachel Kesson, who says the real worth of the nation lies in the resources. The truth is that Africa is extremely rich because we have the resources, but we have misplaced leadership, I want to call it. And so Darlington is asking, what would be our role as parliamentarians? For me, I think that we need to strengthen our oversight role as parliaments to ensure that no government signs any undertaking with either the European or the Western countries, as it were, without Parliament having to approve that. Because like I said, parliamentary organizations are having a common understanding and a common agreement, but your governments are doing completely different. You wish to know that the Europeans today have signed an agreement with the African, Pacific, and Caribbean countries, and they've cleverly isolated how they're going to be dealing with each country. Meaning that contrary to what was the position then, where they would deal with the bloc, they will now decided through a financial instrument, which they are tying to this relationship, to begin to now deal with specific or individual African countries in relation to critical raw materials. So my appeal to this organization, this meeting, is that we need to begin to speak as a voice, and no Africa should be able to or should be allowed to sell these minerals. I think that we've taken a leaf as an example, as reading example, Zambia and Congo, to build a manufacturing plant for those, lithium batteries, except again, we don't know what the actual agreement is. If you ask me, we don't know what the details of that agreement is, particularly those who are supporting the establishment of that industry. A mouthful, so sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for the submissions. We'll continue to reflect, but again, I'll call if there are specific questions for Dr. Kaba before she steps out. Okay. Yes, Honorable, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. She mentioned that Africa received 2% of 2.8 trillion. Then 98%, where did it go? Who received the 98%? And also, if it is like that, if where I come from in Zimbabwe, we've got large deposits of coal, as well as gas. We've just discovered gas in Zarabad. So we are highly depending on those resources. What are we going to do? And also we are under sanctions. So I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Dr. Kaba, the issue of the financing, as well as issues related to what should we do. We have just discovered gas as a country, and we are reliant on coal as Zimbabwe. And I think this is the case for many countries. What should be considerations then?
Thank you very much for the question. In terms of the other 98% of the finance, it went to other developed economies, Europe, Asia, as well as South America and North America. They make up the bulk of the finance that has been deployed to date, and with Africa only making up 2%. So I think also what I think I spoke of is the problem of making projects in African countries more attractive to investments and all of that. Those are some of the interventions that might help. But at the same time, like I also mentioned, partnerships and multilateral government are much more important in terms of lowering our risk and our lending rate, because that's what it always comes down to in terms of the project in Southern Africa or in the African continent being perceived as high risk, and hence our rate of lending is higher here as compared to the global north. In terms of the new coal or fossil fuels that is being discovered, specifically in Southern Africa right now, I think this is my personal opinion and not that of my organization. But I think as Africa, the problem is that we are not taking also the initiative to find the money to be able to finance projects and exploration around fossil fuel, or even developing it. It's not, so at the end of the day, it ends up not being our decision, simply because we require money from the IMF, from the World Bank, from other financial institutions. Those financial institutions have said that they are not going to be funding coal projects. So without the political will and the financial means for African countries to be able to say that this is our part, that this is what we are doing, we won't be able to do that. So it always boils down to political will and money. Who has the money? Who has the political will? Who's making the decision? As long as we are not the person who's doing that, then we are going to be unable to use our existing fossil fuels because nobody is going to fund that.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kaba, for that. I acknowledge Honorable from Namibia.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. To Dr. Ngapa. Doctor mentioned about Africa as high risk. Can Doctor give more clarity on that?
Okay, so when developers want to fund projects, they perceive the global south as high risk because of conflict and all of that. They assume that their assets are not safe because we cannot guarantee that, you know, Boko Haram is not going to take them over and things. I mean, we are all very much aware of the conflict that we have, especially around mineral resources and their governance within the SADC region. So in that context, they perceive us as high risk, and therefore our lending rate is always higher than it is in the global north. But yeah, I mean, also that just stems also from our colonial past as well, other than, you know, the conflicts that we might be having, because those issues have never really been addressed.
Thank you. I also invite other presenters because these issues are related. If you have any additional responses to what Dr. Kaba has said, to also come through. Dr. Nelson, I acknowledge you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I totally agree that the questions that the honorable members are asking are very, very important. And to address the issue of financing, I think one important role that parliamentarians could play is that of developing policies that encourage investment in renewable energy. And by that, we are looking at a situation whereby, for instance, when private players invest in renewable energy, what's the policies and arrangements that are there in relation to whether or not they can, for instance, sell back that excess energy to the national grid, for example. So those are some of the initiatives. Then in terms of the question of whether or not coal and other fossil fuels could be utilized, I think we still have an opportunity for utilization of those, because the energy transition should take into account what we call the trilemma, that is to say issues around energy security, issues around energy access, but also the question of sustainability. So we need to balance that. As a result, it means we need to take it gradually, this transition. We cannot rush the transition to say immediately, let us forsake the fossil fuels, but let us do it gradually. So in my view, from the research that we do, the idea is for us to build enough capacity of renewable energy before we can think of moving to renewable energy and forget about fossil fuels. So it has to be gradual. The approach is let's walk, then run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson, for raising those points. And I think they emphasized the issue of phasing down rather than phasing out, that it has to be gradual, it has to be systematic, and it has to be within the reality of our context, where there's still need for access, where there's still need for energy security. Thank you so much. And I acknowledge our facilitators on the online. I will start with Ian. Ian, you can go ahead to make your submission.
Yeah, I think just a quick one in terms of financing. I think what we are seeing in the mining sector is a new phenomenon called resource-backed loans. And I think for me, this is a cautionary tale that we need to guard against, where most of these resources, because most self-sovereigns are actually cash-strapped, they find themselves in a temptation to actually mortgage the current resource endowments for current benefits without really having projections that are modeled on, realistic assumptions. So for me, I think a quick, contribution there is really, we need to also be wary of these new financing instruments like resource-backed loans. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Darlington.
Thank you very much, Ian. Sarah, I acknowledge you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. And I just wanted to touch on the point around the transition minerals or the critical minerals. I think it's totally critical that there's a regional strategy around this, so that there could be more coordination, and regional as well, so that the Caribbean, the Pacific, Africa can also link together. I think this is an opportunity where most, if not all, the resources around the transition are sitting in our backyards. And so important that we try to build up this manufacturing capacity, but it's going to be tough to do on a national level. And so this type of regional group, where the parliaments have oversight. So I mostly work with with finance ministries and other ministries, and it's challenging, and it's challenging because of the fiscal situation that many countries are in, and the debt situation too. And so parliaments definitely have, I think, the best opportunity to ensure that this could be part of an industrial policy, where we could have more regional coordination. The other item I'd like to highlight as well is just around the cost of capital. Interest rates are incredibly high. Countries can't borrow from the private markets because it's too expensive. And at the same time, the IMF is pushing austerity measures. So we have to find a way to de-risk the investment coming through. And one opportunity is for parliaments, for example, to call for the grid to prioritize renewable energy to access the grid. So that way it de-risks that cost or that risk for the developers coming in. The other point is it's critical that all financing that comes through is lower than the medium-term growth rates of all countries, just so that it's not expensive. Anything above that is considered very expensive. So it's important that we try to find these lower cost of capital options, local currency financing, regional investment coming through, and also to really push for more concessional funds coming instead of other types of funding, just because this is what's critical today to bring down the cost of capital so we can make these investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will again open up our honorable members for any questions or comments, contributions around our conversation, especially around what we can do, what are the opportunities. Some are already emerging and we're capturing them. I think from the recent submission, the issue around domestic resource mobilization, how do we finance and how do we create policies that incentivize investments around renewable energy? It becomes important, because if we over rely on the global north, we know that finding is not coming. We're just getting the 2%. So how do we also internally look, and as members of parliament, push for policies that incentivize investments in renewable energy? I'll open again for contributions. Oh, Chair, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And well, I just have a comment that I just wanted to ride on the previous speaker, especially the member of parliament from Zambia. I think what is of paramount importance at this stage is the unity that we can have within countries, because the more we go to the global north as individuals, is the more we're not going to be able to achieve, because when we talk of the resources, it's our continent, our regions, the SADC region, but we are now having to wait for the global north to do something before ourselves. I think just like Dr. Martin said yesterday, And in my opinion, having heard what he was telling us, I would conclude to say the SADC region as a region, it's a very rich region. But rather the people living in it, they're the ones who are poor. Because when he had showed us the matrix of the resources that we have, vis-a-vis how the living standards of our people are, there's a lot that leaves to be desired. So I would urge on I think we should stop being individuals, but rather be as a group, because there was another example that I think our colleague Ian from Zambia had said, to say, imagine if SADC as a region would contribute towards a plant that is going to be able to do value addition from our minerals. That would mean we're lessening that burden on one country, because if the cost of that plant would be $500 or $1 billion, and we divide that by 16 countries or 15 countries, I'm sure the price would slide, it would go low in terms of economies of scale and the like. So I would urge ourselves to say we have to remain united. And it has also proven with time that the Global North, they're not willing to assist. Because we had one of the COPs, I think that was in Paris, when they had agreed to say they're the ones who have contributed quite a lot in as far as this phenomenon or this animal called the climate change is concerned. And there was an amount that they had agreed to pay. But every single COP that we go, even the latest one in Dubai, they have shown that they're not able to honor their wedding. And now when it comes to us, yes, we know that we have to go clean energy, but we don't even have the dirty energy. It's not even sufficient for our people. And we're talking of clean energy. I think we need to rethink, because Malawi has got coal, Tanzania has got coal, Zimbabwe has got coal, Zambia has got coal. The question is, where are we going to go with this coal? And the people that are saying we should do this, they're the ones also not able to honor their sayings. So that is where I think it's something that we really need to look and to look deep. And in unity, there's power. I remember when Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, they were one. It was Rhodesia. When you look at the economy then, it was very powerful. Up until they had come and then they introduced these borders. So I remember when we visited Berlin, we had the privilege to travel to France. And looking at the European Union, it's borderless. By the time we knew it, we're in France. No hassles, no nothing. But I'm from Malawi, but to go to Zambia, what I would face at the border, and you'd wonder, are we going to go anywhere? If I'm going to the United Republic of Tanzania, what I face at the border, it's, I think we really need to talk the talk, and I think we also need to move as quick as possible to become a parliament, so that whatever we discuss at the parliament level, it should be legally binded at the national parliaments. Because at this point in time, whatever we discuss, one country may choose to follow, the other country may not choose to follow. And then we're not going to have that balance. But for us to be going as individuals, it is quite very, very unfortunate in this era. We need to go as a block. I remember Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania had said, if you are watching boxing, there are categories. There's the lightweight, there's the heavyweight. So there's no way you would put a lightweight like Malawi versus a heavyweight like German. Automatically, Malawi is not going to survive. But if we say we take 16 countries as a block, I think there's a lot that we can achieve. So I just wanted to ride on my brother from Zambia and just to say a few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the good thing is you are raising very important issues that we are going to, again, continue talking about tomorrow during our session around phasing down. What are the implications? What does it mean in a region which is energy insufficient? Because the energy is not adequate currently. It's not enough. That's why most countries in the region are experiencing load shedding. So tomorrow, our focus mainly would be on that. what are the options, what are the challenges, and what are some of the practical steps that we can take to influence that conversation. But more importantly, you speak around a regional integration and how we can, act as a regional bloc. This is important, and I would like to invite us to an issue to remind us to an issue that we spoke of earlier, of the African free trade area. It's an important a piece of legislation that as parliamentarians we need to push. The issue also of the activation of the African signal electricity market. This would help us, especially knowing that there are countries like DRC, which has got huge potential for hydro that can actually supply the whole region. So if we come together in the unity that you are speaking to, there is potential for us to generate enough and adequate energy. But working alone is obviously not going to get us anywhere. And I think you concluded with the issue to move to become a parliament so that more of the resolutions are binding. And I think this is critical and it undercuts our conversations. Honorable members, any further submissions on the issues related to critical minerals in the region, the issues to do with energy transition, the issues to do with parents and accountability on these matters? Any further reflections? If I were in an auction house, I would say going once. Okay. If there is nothing further, allow me just to give a summation and then I'll close the session and give time back. We just very critical issues in our conversations this morning and into the afternoon. And some of the issues that I took note of and that parliamentarians can consider is number one, the issue of defining what our critical minerals list is for the region, and also a strategy. We were told earlier on that it's only Zambia that has got a critical minerals strategy or policy, but it's also not adequate and it's insufficient. How can we as a region, SADC, come up with our own concrete critical minerals policy or strategy? I think this is something for consideration because it helps to harmonize our efforts around not only just the definition of critical minerals, but the planning of what should we do towards that. Then there was conversations around, minerals-led manufacturing in the region. How can we leverage on our critical minerals to create a green minerals economy? There's this opportunity that is there. And borrowing from the chair, the time is now. We don't need to delay. We need to move with pace for us to consolidate. Otherwise, this opportunity might go on the side way. We also talked about, the issues to do with addressing policy and regulation framework, supply chains and skills and capacities, as well as, more importantly, the financing. These things are not just going to happen by themselves. And the financing, of course, we acknowledge that it's a very difficult terrain and it includes geopolitical issues. And how can we, Africa, look inward and do domestic resource mobilization, as well as incentivize investments in energy transition? We also spoke about what Dr. Nelson calls the 4 T's for SADC, which includes transformational value chains, investing in the right technology that is needed, as well as togetherness as a regional bloc. The is also the issue that was discussed was around the need to create resilient power systems in a crisis. We are in a crisis that we have acknowledged that climate change is real, but we need to be more resilient to it by ensuring that we create a policy environment that has got elements that ensure sustainability and that reflect on the reality of climate change, but more importantly, on the reality that we still need to be energy secure as a region. So these are some of the issues I think that were raised in our conversations, and over and above the role that Parliament plays to ensure oversight over the plans that are in place and to ensure that we create a regional voice that is unified around how we approach these issues. With that, I submit and I take back the time to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I think having come this far, honorable members, we may call it a day. And we shall resume tomorrow at 8:30 for 9. House adjourned. Thank you.